Hello all of you wonderful beings out there and welcome to the stream. I am Razim and this is Lost in Chaos Scar, Season 2, Episode 26, The Great Ascending. This is one of our Pokemon tabletop RPG campaigns being run with our custom Scar system, or stories and creatures in alternate realities. The system is in open playtest and is available for you all to check out via our Discord, which you can find a link to in our link tree down below. Today we also have Conrad joining us doing some 3D modeling. You'll see his art here in just a couple of minutes when our art scroll is finished, but we will go ahead and be starting with introductions. Starting with Enja. Why is that up? No.
Hello. Oh. Hello and good day, everyone. I am Enja Lumerias, and I will be your storyteller for this evening. I play the allies, I play the enemies, and I manage all manner of events that will be befalling our players today. But for now, I shall pass it over to Rex Strider.
Hi, I am Rex Strider. I will be playing Chomper, a Totodile Fuecoco hybrid Fuecoco fire water type. I'll be passing it over to Raharu.
Hello everybody, I'm Raharu and I'll be playing Paz, the solo water type Sobo, and also Elvaroda, the water ground type Quagsire. On to you, Gimund.
Hi, I'm Gimund, and I'm playing Pyroclast. Sometimes Ghost, sometimes Dark, Fire Charmeleon. He is currently Dark Fire. But first, I think we need to do this.
A magnanimous dispensation.
What?
That's a lot.
Whoa!
$200. Tradition plus kindness. You support us in more ways you can imagine, so it's our turn to support you. Razim loves.
Oh, goodness.
Thank you so much, Gimund. Seriously, thank you so much. Well, I don't think I need to say it, but tip goals complete. by more than 100, by more than 200%.
Clearly. Okay, well, this is a tip that can stack. How did I know? How did I know?
Oh, goodness.
And now, onto the Scruff.
Gleaming
Thank you.
endowment.
Oh my goodness.
I guess it's
I
stacking
do.
more.
Ido Things tipped $25. Razim loves.
Thank you as well, Ido. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
That is actually now 300% exactly.
You good beings are amazing. Thank you all very much.
Yee.
Hello, I am ArchineerRob and I shall be playing Scruff, the ground ice type Swiner. On to Zim if he has regained the power of speech.
I'm not tearing up, you are.
Good cutting onions. It's raining outside.
It's a terrible day for rain.
Pat hug.
I am Razim, and I'm playing as Scroll, the dragon fighting type Riolu, and embodiment of ADHD. Go ahead, Vane.
Hello, I am Talderius, and I will be playing Vane, the dark flying type Murkrow. Pay attention to the fuzzy loaf on the screen and not the streamer.
Mhm.
Right, recap, any volunteers?
All right, I guess I'll just go ahead and do recap then. All right. So session started off last time with Elva having
Generous bestowal.
You mean with $10? Raharu, you're awesome.
Raharu95 tipped $10. Quag.
Quag. Thank you, dude.
Thank you so
Y'all are
much,
amazing,
Raharu.
You're welcome. Also, sorry for the interruption, Tao.
You're fine. Elva ended up looking through the Bible of Giratina, which was in the archives section due to its rather restricted and secretive nature. Upon getting access to this, he started looking through it, started seeing a bunch of things about how Giratina was the arbiter of anti-existence and was supposed to keep the void and the world separate as well as balance heaven and hell. However, a curious note was that Giratina alone was immune from the cycle of reincarnation. Which, that is not a good thing considering the gods aren't reincarnating apparently, because they have not been doing that.
As far as we know.
As far as we know, yeah. As well as we've been able to figure out, they have not been doing that.
Mm-hmm.
The book also contained a bunch of sigils about how to entreat and beseech Giratina for, this or that, which includes some of the things that Elva was taught by Shia in order to get food for Noah. Vane ended up looking into the archives as well for old history on things to do with the formation of the guild and Culty. Ended up finding out that Culty, at least at some point, was acting very responsible about things, or at least it was noted that he reappeared and was being rather helpful. Was unanimously made guild leader. Belf ended up mentioning, at least I think it was Belf, I know it was the second time, that a tear has reopened, which it wasn't supposed to do. However, we got a little bit sidetracked by finding out that Bian is apparently a robot that is at 30% capacity. Or, I'm just going to say capacity. Functioning capacity 30%, because Pyroclast's things could interface with him slightly. We ended up going to the Rift, and ended up seeing a bad end version of Vane and Sigmund fighting, but also kind of getting along together, which is greatly confusing to Vane. That version of Vane ends up winning, expressing at least some amount of distaste that things had to go this way. And then we ended up moving on afterwards and starting looking for the next thing, which after a while we found out that apparently Sigmund got decapitated but lived. He passed out afterwards, but he got decapitated using psychic powers to reattach his head. And lived. So we went to the area having covered up Vex's eyes, and went in there in order to see a rendition of Timeline Zero that included a Noah that was not in the black-white jester thing, and instead was a normal-ish looking Eevee that just had red eyes instead, and was also talking to Sigmund, where we also saw effectively the Timeline Zero versions of ourselves, with almost everyone being evolved in some way. Anyone want to add anything else? I know there's a couple things I probably left out, so.
There was among the people of Timeline Zero, there was also, I believe, either a Weasel or Frotzel with them, which we kind of surmise is probably Alex.
Oh yeah,
Gimund's
the
friend.
pink one.
Yeah, Gimund's friend. And also supposedly the original Culty was there with us in that vision before it ended. and also just to note on that flashback, or rather vision of Bane and Sigmund fighting, we didn't actually get to see the fight. We just saw the start, and then it jumped cut to the end where Sigmund was dead.
Yeah, although it looks like Sigmund got in a good hit before he died, considering Vey was trying and failing mostly to stop a bunch of bleeding
Yes.
from his neck area.
Yeah. Yes, I think that's mostly it. Oh, and I think then I think then the next our next destination was actually going to the academy.
Oh, that was one that we kind of half skipped over because we kind of half skipped over that one because we figured one, Sigmund would go back there, and two, he was taking a medical exam,
Ah, fair.
like a medical license exam. So we skipped past that and found out that he got the decapitation.
Yeah. I guess we're just after the tear of timeline 0.
You would be correct.
Was that still where all the dead body was, or was that a different one? Can't remember.
That's where the dead
No,
bodies
that is
were.
still where the dead bodies are.
Okay. Okay, Elvis going to say, okay, now that that's over, could we move to a different location, please?
Vada's just gonna look over at a Toronto.
Yeah, definitely. Sure, hold on. Let me just fast forward us a bit.
Zoom.
As I believe the next planned stop was actually Sigmund finally meeting with CL.
Oh, right, yeah. I believe we also talked about that before the session ended last time.
Oh, yeah. Vada's going to grab back his banner from covering Vex and put that back in his bag.
Oh, my eyes.
We're just gonna give Bane a thumbs up and a silent thank you.
What happened? The place that smells like things.
Well, because we saw what we needed to see and went into a rift and all that, time fast forwarded after.
Yeah.
Oh,
We're in a different location now.
okay. Cool.
So he was promised 3 of whatever.
Candies, I believe, or lollipops.
Candies. Toronto will reach into his pocket and pull out a yellow ball in a somewhat golden wrapper. Unroll it. Vex immediately tosses it into his mouth, but he demands the wrapper also. Toronto curiously hands over the raptor. Vex spends some time crunching it in his hands. And just looking at it.
Hands over the raptor is what you said, did you?
Yeah.
Poor
You
Vex.
know what
Wait,
you meant,
huh?
but that's pretty funny.
Special guest
not meaning
appearance,
to
Rex
say
Strider.
that.
Hello.
It is pretty funny.
Maybe this will fix a myriad of issues then.
Yes, that will fix the issue, Digi.
What are you doing there, Vex?
It's crunchy crinkles.
Ah, okay. Well, do have fun, since you were actually a good boy and listened to us. Thank you.
This seems to be a candy that he is forced to suck, as he cannot chew it. It is too round for him to get any decent biting force.
Understandable.
Okay, so Atrano, did you take us to wherever it's supposed to happen, or is this just we got moved around a bit?
Oh, yeah, over there. As he's going to be pointing over to a guild hall in a place that you do not know.
Ada's been to 2 towns.
This is true.
I guess technically 3 or so, but like, you know, in actual, we've been to like, the main crew has been to 2 towns.
Indeed. Elba is going to look around to see if he recognizes this place. Is there a roll for that?
Roll lore. Let's see.
Oh boy.
Well, he's looking around and recognizing Vane is just going to start moving towards the guild hall. He doesn't particularly care. He knows that's where the thing's supposed to happen, so might as well be there.
Okay, that one
Scruff
is just.
climbs the tallest person and is on Overwatch.
Tallest person is probably like Artanis or something, right?
That is true. He stands very tall.
Remind me what kind of Pokemon Artanis is again?
A buff Zoroark.
Yeah.
Artanis is a Zoroark that stands between 6 and 7 feet tall. He's big.
He is big and may in fact be fighting type.
With 3 let Elba
So
recognize.
high.
With 3 let Elba recognize.
Yeah.
Well, the first thing that you can see by looking around you is that this is a desert town, or practically desert-like.
Oh.
We have like shopping time here, right?
All right. Apart from that, it's a little hard to place considering just 3 successes.
Okay, I'm gonna do a soul boost to see if maybe that will make it better.
Ah, yes, do before I get too far into it.
A 5.
Yes.
Now 5.
You've not been here, but you have heard of it when you browse around and collect a few more key details. This is Guthrem. This place houses a platinum rank dungeon and is on a continent that is neither the Plagora continent or the Eden continent.
Which is the continent we were at before.
Yes.
Okay. Say that name again.
Guthrem.
Guthrem.
I'm just gonna guess that that's how it's spelled. In
Okay,
fantasy grounds.
Ah, yeah, that is how it's spelled. Did you just put it in Lost in Chaos?
Yep.
Hey.
Ah.
Places that are spelled like they sound.
Ah, I think this is the town of Guthrem. This is in a completely different continent from the ones we've been to. I've never been here myself, but I've seen of it. I am so glad that I'm parked ground. Otherwise I'd be in trouble.
Nate is just thinking of all times to not have his goggles. It's in a desert area.
Unsurprisingly, this town was built relatively close to an oasis, as there are some successful clumps of grass and plenty of cactus.
Ah, good. I mean, it'd be very foolish to make a town out in the desert, not near an oasis. Honestly.
Hey, what are those spiky things? They look edible.
Do not.
No.
Artanis, on the other hand, placing his hand on Chomper's on top of Chomper's head and say, like, "Now, kid, there are many reasons you should, but if you would like, I can elaborate or you can find out for yourself.
Actually,
Yeah.
actually, I know a good way to dissuade you, Chomper. There's liquid inside of those things that will make you act crazy. So don't.
Crazy fun or crazy bad?
Like crazy like alcohol.
Yes,
Oh.
Crazy like
Oh.
it will make you.
Okay.
It will make you hallucinate.
Okay, I'm fine. I don't want them anymore. Chomper's gonna look up at the Zorark. Oh.
A
That's
generous
it.
bestowal.
Merle_2009 tipped $15.
Oh.
Merle.
Oh man,
Thank
Merle.
you.
Merle has decided to make it an even 250.
That. Well.
Thank you so very much, Merle.
We're at 350% now.
Oh, amazing. I was saying, I was looking. Chomper was looking up at Zorark, trying to see where Scruff went. Chomper is visibly blushing as they're looking up at Zorark, since they're so freaking tall and they never stood up and looked at them this close before.
He's been around, but he's been pretty quiet, letting Atrano take stage. Atrano is fairly tall himself, but this guy is something else. And he is smiling down at Chomper, very knowingly exactly what he is doing.
Pointing up. You have my friend up there. I was wanting to talk with them for a moment.
Oh, sure, let me check. He's just gonna reach into his hair and root around a little.
It's your toupee you have on now. Your Scruff toupee.
I feel like Scruff could actually get lost inside that hair.
Yeah. That looks very floofy up there. Huh.
Is Scruff actually in Artanis's hair?
Scruff pokes his head out of the other side from where he's looking for him. Like he is around down at Chomper.
Could have sworn he was around here somewhere. Maybe lower?
Hey, Scruff. Was it soft in there, or what up? Are you okay? Yeah, are you okay? How are you doing?
Oh, well, there's one way to find out. Artanis is going to reach down and pick up Chomper and set him on his shoulder.
Wait.
Man, you weigh like what, 5 potatoes worth? You should eat.
Probably depends on what I've eaten. I may be heavier.
Wait,
I
5
really
potatoes.
I really don't think he needs more.
I am hungry though.
You're always hungry.
If he gets rounder, we
you're
could use
right.
him as a bowling ball.
Chomper is kind of pretty much airheaded at the moment, as they weren't expecting to be just lifted up from the ground on a shoulder. But they're retaining their composure and trying to go back to talking with Scruff, though the blush retains. Hi, Scruff. I just wanted to check on you.
Scruff has just this kind of, and now you know what it feels like, look on his face of this smug hat.
You have been picked up without your permission.
Chomper is more caught off guard than anything. He doesn't have a feeling of like annoyance to it. It's more just a surprise and also feelings he doesn't understand. So he's gonna look at Scruff and be like, so that's how it feels, huh? Anyway, I wanted to check on you. You haven't been like 100% lately, and I just want to see how you doing.
Scruff pauses and tilts his head, and then back the other way, and then kind of like looks at himself, and it's kind of like, the harness isn't placed in the pockets of there, the case is there. Everything looks alright.
You're checking all the stuff.
Nods,
Hmm.
head tilt.
Well,
Ah,
hey, I kind of get what you're doing. You know you're also part of the team. You don't have to do all that yourself. I don't have all the medic stuff down, but I could help you with some of that so you don't have to do it all yourself.
team medic level.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you're the only one on team medic staff. I can heal too. And you might there's a lot to do. We have a big team, and you healing everyone's you're gonna wear yourself out.
Scruff gives you a look that implies he has no idea what that means.
You might get tired, or it may just where are you out where you might need to take a break, or you might overdo it. You seem like
Nap
you're
where
doing
you
a
can.
lot.
Or you nap where I can. Or you rested.
Do you have anything on your mind besides all the medical stuff?
Scruff's kind of looks up like he's trying to think, and his eyes just don't focus, and his head just keeps going back like, no.
Chomper
Nothing up
nods.
there.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to check on you. You just seems like you've been putting a lot on yourself, and really focused on medic stuff that not sure how you were doing. Yeah, if you ever need any help, I'm here. For one, just let me know if you want me to check on somebody or watch somebody in particular to make sure they're okay, so you have less on your plate. Eh?
We've got it. We can handle it. We can handle it.
Chomper leans a little closer, but then trips and puts face first and floof, and then comes back up blushing even harder. What did you say? I couldn't hear you. Sorry. It's kind of high up here.
Yeah, I'll bet you couldn't.
We've got it. I can handle it. I can handle it.
Okay, I believe in you. I know you can handle, but you don't have to handle it yourself. Just remember, you're also part of this team. You get help too. You're my friend. I want to help you. Okay?
Scruff just kind of watches you.
Chomper just smiles. Right. Well, I guess I'll go, and I want to go see about what this place has when it comes to food. So that's one less thing you have to worry about. Because if we're healthy on food, that's might not have to worry about stuff later. How do you usually?
Is important.
Yeah. Sorry to ask for help from you right now, but how do you usually get down when you need to jump down from places? It's hard here.
Scruff looks at you and does the faintest ghost of a smile of his usual kind of mischievous grin, and summons a little shadow claw next to Chomper, like palm out, and then palm up, and then pauses, and summons another one and merges them together to make a bigger palm.
Oh. Okay. Hey, thank you. And Chomper's gonna immediately trust fall into it.
It makes sure you're steady. The fingers curl a little bit to make sure you're stable, and then down to the ground.
Right. Chomper gets his balance and nods at you and thanks. And then also does a more quicker nod of bashfulness towards the big old Zoroark and continues on their way, turns around and leaves.
If it helps, Vane has just been walking away towards the thing like the entire time.
See you around, little guys. Artanis smiles, but Atrono clips him on the back of the head.
Chomper has a wonder of why he has the blush towards big things, but other than that, he's focused back on looking for food and is checking any other stores while we're looking around. But he's staying with the group. But he is looking to see if there's anything that has gummy symbol on it or anything that has food, obvious food signs while we're in this area.
Oh yeah. Another thing that we forgot from the recap is that Chomper went to look for cooking stuff in the library.
Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah, I did. Chomper was did research food stuff and did research a bit and never got his fighting thing. I think from the bag. I don't know if he ever got. I don't think he ever got that.
I don't think so either. Yeah.
He learned about the dark arts and how like you can eat like people. You can eat Pokemon apparently, or there's like stuff in the back about that. And he's like, "Oh, I'm good."
And we also got the term for Pokemon that don't live in civilizations. They're called wilders.
Yeah. Also, we went with like what was the name that we went with for the like fake team that we did? Did we end up going with Team Chosen? I honestly can't remember.
I think we went with Team. Damn it!
I legitimately can't remember in real life.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember too. It was something related to adventures.
I think we compromised because the idea of it being Team Chestnut came back up again, and we went, no.
Was it Journeyman?
Oh yeah, Journeyman.
Journeyman. Yeah, okay, yeah. I was like, I know that was the original suggestion, but Vane didn't like it because like we probably had like more transients than we had, or transients and normals than we had chosen. That was the only name I could actually remember.
Yeah. We went with Team Journeyman because we're all in a journey together.
It's counts.
Man,
so, I'm guessing people are following after Vane.
Yeah, Wade is following after Bane. He's just going to mention. So this is a completely different continent from the one that Quagsire was in. Well, where we were. These CL persons sure travel a lot.
They do. So, are people going to the guild hall, or is Chomper going to be browsing around local eatery?
Well, I mean, Chomper might, but Vane's going to the guild hall.
Yep.
Yeah.
For the
Besides,
encounter.
The funny part is that he could just go to the guild and get food from the guild.
This is true.
But will he remember this?
Chomper's talking to the group. Hey, I want to pick up some stuff. Do you think the guild hall has things we can buy there too for cheaper? Or
Guild halls always sell everything at exactly market rate.
Yeah, they don't really give discounts unless. No, they usually don't give discounts.
Chomper checks how much gold he has and just looks at his inventory. He also takes a look at the whole team, specifically at Bane and Squirrel, the two pickiest eaters of the bunch, and thinks about it for a moment. I just need maybe just a little bit of time inside of a shop, and I'll be right back. Or I can get it from the guild.
Wait, Chomper, what are you thinking of buying?
Oh, just some foods. I wanted to get something so I can make something nice next time we eat.
Chomper, we can just eat at the guild hall. Guild members, you can eat for free there. You know.
Oh, I know. I just want to make something nice. I just need maybe depends how much it is, like 200-300 worth pokey worth.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, that's fair enough.
Also, it is kind of funny, Chomper considering Vane a picky eater, when he'll eat just about anything, but just not a lot of it.
That is picky eater to Chomper. As in, like, he's not eating enough anyway.
Makes sense, actually. Oh, well, unfortunately,
I was gonna say, like, Squirrel's not picky. He just doesn't eat much.
What would be the correct term there then?
Malnourished.
Light eater.
Light eater. Well, unfortunately, I'm not sure what the local cuisine is around this part, but maybe you can find something nice.
Well, curiously, the main source of food around here does seem to be flesh caps rather than meat roots.
Oh.
Flesh caps?
Which is a stark difference from the local towns. And Elva, you know that this means that this dungeon is technically underground.
Out of character, what are flesh caps again?
It's basically
basically mushroom instead of tree root plants, but they're still
okay.
It does like the same thing. It's just in a different form.
Yeah, I was just I had a feeling it was that, but just wanted to make sure. Oh, so this so they have flesh cups around these parts. Whatever dungeon this place has must be underground then. Actually, if I remember correctly, I think I heard that there's a platinum level dungeon in this part. It's a pretty high level area.
While they're walking, Chomper kind of was about to go up to Squirrel, but then like shies away. Like their hand lifts up for a moment, they put it back down while they're behind them, and they just kind of move away a bit, worried on how to approach and feeling they don't know what to say to Squirrel at the moment. Instead, they kind of go to Pyro real quick and kind of whisper, "Hey, Pyro."
Yeah.
I got 2 questions real quick. What things did Squirrel like to eat when he was with you? And what do you like to eat?
Well, first of all, you already know mine.
Yeah, that was more a rhetorical question. I got you. I just didn't want to say it because you seem to get really excited, like when I start talking about chestnuts or something.
I don't know how a sword is JoJo posing menacingly, but Edge manages it.
Also, everyone seems to get, on edge when you.
The most important part of the JoJo pose is the menacing aura.
Menace.
I was just about to say he just physically manifests the menace kanji.
So, You don't know anything that Squirrel usually like to eat, or he was liking when he was with you?
He sort of just picked at his food most of the time, I think.
Okay. Chomper
I don't
has a
even
new
know
goal
if-
acquired.
I don't know if he even knows what he likes.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to do some research. I think I might look and see what dragon types like, or maybe what Rywos. That's what Rywos.
Riolu's.
Riolu. Yeah. All right. Thank you. This helps a lot, and I'll make sure to get your looks left, looks right favorite food as well. Yay.
KK.
And Chomper's
Also
going
Chomper.
to. Oh,
He's
they said
gonna
so, Chomper.
whisper. He's gonna whisper to Chomper. Reason I get like that isn't exactly my fault.
Oh? Really? Something else?
Let's just say it's a side effect of my implant's current state. So, yeah, avoid mentioning that word.
Oh. Do you want something else instead then? Is that bad for you? Do you have anything else you
Oh,
like?
I like them. It's just how I get when I hear the word.
Oh. I'll make sure to make it for you when we are safe and you can just enjoy your really the word. Yeah.
KK.
Need to come up with a secret word that we can call them so you won't get so excited. I will be working on that right now as we speak. But I'm gonna go. Bye. And Chomper's gonna scamper off a bit towards the front and is legit just kind of looking for any store they can kind of dash into for a sec and get stuff for just a moment.
So, whoosh, back over with the Guildhall crew then.
Chomper has been replaced by a potato.
What potato? What happened?
The snicker.
Hash browns
You've been
detected.
replaced with a potato.
With a potato on the stream.
Stick
Check.
on,
Nani?
stick on Simstream. Go check it out.
Oh no, I've been potatoized.
Pursuing hash browns.
I know it's a potato, but it looks like the walnut from Plants vs Zombies.
Actually, it does.
Pyro, why are you looking at me funny? I know you've been walking in this desert for a while. Pyro? Pyro?
Yeah.
Okay, I guess.
Others watch Sigmund arrive in the town before seemingly out of annoyance, checking into the guild hall and freezing as he sees someone engaged in what looks like a very stupid contest of strength. Not too far from the dinner tables. It was a mind chow wrestling an Agron.
Oh my.
Ah, Seal.
But also the thing is that behind the Rhydon is a golem that is pushing against the Agron. and there are deep marks in the floor to indicate that the mine shao is pushing them backwards.
That is impressive.
Sigmund takes interest, looks away, and then looks again as if something seems familiar somehow. And he can't quite shake this feeling. Before he ends up walking over against his better judgment, you can see the reluctance on his face and coming to talk with him.
You know, it's too bad that Chomper is missing all of this.
Now, technically, he didn't
Oh.
really leave to anywhere yet. He's still walking with y'all, just kind of still
Well,
looking for shops.
Oh,
Okay, fair enough. Never mind then. That we're now inside the guild hall, so no more looking for shops, because we can do that later.
He.
And he's going over to ask the mine shao, so are you dumb on purpose, or is this a special occasion? This gets his attention as he seems to finally just give a hearty shove, sending the two of them sailing backwards. They're like, what? Do I know you? That's what I should be asking. Who are you? I'm Ciel. You can feel Sigmund freezing in place. As he's going to take one breath, reach over, grab Ciel by the whisker, and start yanking him towards the reception desk and asking for a room. Preferably soundproof, because he's about to do a lot of yelling.
Bow chicka bow wow.
I was trying not to be that way, but yeah.
Hey, Atrano, I think we're going to need that ability to hide ourselves a moment here.
Yeah, it sounds about right. As he will do so. And then, proceeding to follow along, goes a very lengthy interrogation as to where the fuck did you go? To which CL needs some prodding because he legitimately doesn't remember what he's talking about.
I am not surprised.
Before snapping his fingers and saying, like, oh yeah, hey, you're that rude kid, I think. I am asking the questions. You will answer my questions. To which he then proceeds, oblivious to any and all threatening aura that is emanating from Sigmund. To which he recounts that, yeah, no, his parents were kind of trying to feel out if the Daybreak Kingdom was worse than the rumors, because, you know, neighbors always spread bad rumors about each other, but no, this place just actually sucks. So after, like, verifying it for themselves, no, we just decided to pack our bags and get out of here. It was kind of sudden, and sorry, I forgot to tell you. You forgot to tell me. Yeah. I'm going to hit you, and I am not certain when I will stop.
Woohoo, no training regimen.
Dang.
Now, he says this, but CL turns out to be a bit more formidable than he expected, as somehow he seems to be palming the flamethrowers that he's hurling at him, to Sigmund's intense bemusement because wait, what?
Wait,
What are you doing? That's
what is-
wrong.
what is he doing to the flamethrowers?
He's just grabbing them.
Oh,
He is palming them aside. He is deflecting fire with his hands.
oh.
After the 7th attempt, which Sigmund confirms that he is in fact just doing that as the walls are very scorched. What are you doing? I'm deflecting. How? And CL just kind of motions with his palm like pushing something aside, and Sigmund only grows more frustrated. No. I'm asking a different question, CL. You can't do that. But I did, though. How did you do that? CL makes the motion of just pushing something aside with his palm. No. Okay. Now, okay. Let me say this very clearly so that you can understand. You need a special attack to block a special attack. Your attack isn't special, it's just fire. You son of a bitch.
Dang.
Vane notably is also looking frustrated at this, just like, what is this? What?
Wade just looks kind of amused at the entire thing.
Squirrel was watching with great interest as, at the whole concept of parrying fire.
Yeah, Chomper thought it was cool, and is wondering if he can do the same thing.
So,
CL, I will ask you one more time. How? And if you give me the same answer, I will find a way to hurt you. As he was already in the motion of just raising his hand.
Fucking CL.
I could do it slower if you want.
so is this guy normally like this?
Yes.
Apparently. I only see him once, but apparently so.
He is very much so like this normally.
I hate you with all of my hatred. That must be a lot. I can have all of it. You're focusing on the wrong thing. Ugh. As Sigmund is finally just going to sit down and motion for CL to do the same. Alright, so apparently you're going to be a bit of a project. Derogatory, project derogatory. But you're going to invest time in me. How do I talk to you in a way that you understand? Hey, I know! You want to be a team? Excuse me. We'll spend a lot of time then. I'm sure you'll figure it out eventually. Sigmund considers.
Ah, so that's how it happened. I am actually not surprised.
You appear in my life, give me food, disappear without warning. I find you years later. You infuriate me to no end with continual nonsense, and you ask me to join your team. Yes,
Flawless logic.
my hatred of you is matched only by my shock at your sheer shamelessness. All right. You know what? Fine. I'm curious enough. By the way, you know what shameless is, right? It's when I'm not afraid of what I have done. How do you function? Legitimately, how?
Okay, I think I figured it out. He just functions by sheer determination.
Yeah, kind of like CL. Besides all the stuff with Kaza. Hey,
I mean, the stuff with Kasa wasn't even his fault.
exactly.
A literal god made him do it.
Yeah, I think I kind of like him.
Great. Now when I get back, I'm actually going to have to ask Sigmund how CL works, because this is going to bother me.
I might need to try to get trained by him if he's willing to show
You know-
me that.
Do you think he'd actually be able to teach it to you? Because he doesn't seem to be able to know. He just does it.
Artanic shrugs. Maybe he just does it because he believes he can.
Great. He has the same skill set as Squirrel Girl. Wonderful. He just needs to believe.
No. Why? I mean, I do wonder if Sigmund ended up finding the answer he was seeking in the end. For how long did these two remain a team?
Well, it does seem that they're going to be devolving into banter, but Atrono is looking down at his transcript and seems like surprised because CL is already getting like quite physically affectionate as he is like grabbing Sigmund's hand to immediately run him to the front desk so they can be a team. Start it right away.
Hooray!
Chopper
No backing
smiles.
down now.
Yeah, that's
Hey.
CL.
I'm glad he got his friend back.
That's CL, alright.
Why am I drawing lines between CL and the leader of the Boros?
Gulkasa, you mean?
Yeah. It's that same kind of, yeah, let's get going. Also, the explanations of, I just hit the fire.
It's not special, it's just fire.
Reject reality.
Vane also instantly infuriated by this. That's not how things work. He did all of that study into energy. He knows that's not how that doesn't. You know that's not how that works.
Lol, fire is fire.
Chomper likes this a lot, so you don't have to follow the rules. You can still make things happen in this world, huh?
No, I think CL is just special. Don't attempt to do what he does without some sort of an understanding. Otherwise, you're going to get hurt.
Okay, I'm just saying it looks cool. They say we're special all the time. Maybe we could do stuff like that. chosen ones or whatever.
I mean, I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm just saying to be careful.
Needless to say, the receptionist is shocked as it seems that Sigmund is going to be joining CL's team. As somehow he's higher rank. Or maybe that's not surprisingly, since CL has apparently been through a lot of teams and left a lot of teams.
Interesting.
Huh. Wonder why he left. He seems very strong.
Maybe left isn't the right word. Maybe he just got kicked out.
Either that, or he just wandered off and never came back.
That is also annoyingly likely.
Yeah, he did leave. He did leave Sigmund for a while.
Well, he didn't.
Sigmund found him.
There's that, and also the fact that CL apparently got lost for a while, just traveling worlds, and forgot to check in with Sigmund again.
To be entirely fair to that scene with them as a kid, he was inside of the Daybreak Kingdom, and CL was still with his parents apparently. So then just suddenly leaving for a moment and not being able to say goodbye to Sigmund is just a likely possibility, honestly. That whole landmass is successful.
Now, the following thing, however, is them going to the dungeon and them returning from the dungeon, with CL looking perfectly fine and Sigmund looking haggard.
Oh. So this is before Sigmund was uber powerful.
Could also be haggard from just witnessing CL's way of doing things.
That too.
He probably... The CL also probably just forged on ahead regardless of what was happening.
Oh, so he's just like Burden.
Can we just... Are we able to see what happened, or...?
Oh, by the way, Sigmund is still a Brix and CL is a Mind Shell.
Yeah.
Oh. Mind Shell's the last one of them, right?
Well, it's a two-stage, so
Yeah,
yeah.
it's just two-stage, so yeah.
There's no middle evolution, it's just,
So he's gonna be stronger if there's only two. If there's three, you're not as strong until you get the three, huh?
Technically, yes. Not to say second stages aren't strong, but the third evolution is usually the culmination.
Sigmund is not done getting powerful just yet. But he is saying, like, what, Sigmund? You made it all to the end with me. Do you know what team means?
Oh, he really is just like Burden, except he didn't get an unfortunate injury out of it, as far as I know.
I'm annoyed that I was right in my guess without knowing CL that well, besides having met him, like, a couple of times.
Honestly, he seems like quite the open book, so I'm not even surprised.
I just thought that if he apparently had been on teams before and had also asked someone to join his team, he would at least understand how they're supposed to function.
Apparently not.
I
Bex,
wonder who's
please-
talking.
Bex, please do not go ahead without permission like that. That is not how you're supposed to behave in a team.
He does seem real mad. But, like, also, he's fine, so maybe he is fine.
Chomper wonders. I wonder who taught him teamwork. Did he not even do any team moves when he was in the dungeon?
Probably not.
I mean, Wasn't he like what? Wasn't he like a solo rank adventurer for a while, as well? At least the one in the present.
Oh yeah, he's gotten stuck at diamond rank for a while because he got used to Sigmund being able to pick him up afterwards.
Ah, so he does have limits. Fair enough. I guess maybe they did end up finding a way to actually work as a team eventually.
Well, regardless, they go and report their success in extremely record time, apparently.
Not enough ale.
Thank you, Brian.
Reroll.
Hooray.
All right, are we gonna get treated to like a collage of this happening, or is it just going to be like, now that we've seen this, we understand things?
Digi?
Digi, have you hallwayed?
They fell into the back rooms.
Must have been pulled away again.
Yeah, well, normally he mutes when that happens.
Yeah, that's true.
So he might just have hallwayed and not realize that he can't hear us yet.
Where?
He fell into the lair of the neighbors.
Oh no.
Either that or he had to take his headset off real quick or something, I don't know.
Sorry about that. But, fast forwarding a little bit. It is the next day, and Sigmund is still sleeping, but CL is pestering him. Sigmund, I want to do the dungeon again. By yourself. I already did it by myself. Did what?
By the way, this is Will actually laughing out loud at this. I am actually amused by this. This yell individual is too much.
When did you do this? An hour ago. You. Ugh. As Sigmund lays down, but he is now too angry to sleep. Before resigning himself to the fact that he is going to be awake and starts getting up. So if you already did it by yourself, why do you want to do it with me? Because we're a team! What does team mean to you? A friend that goes on things with you. Wrong. Demoted. Banned.
Wrong, demoted, man. I like that response, actually. This is out of character. Ugh. So that is what a team is to CL. So what is a team to Sigmund then?
Well, going fast forward a bit more. They take on a few more missions, and it seems that there are a few problems that start rising up. One, CL is powerful, but when it comes to missions that do not directly involve the dungeon, he makes a lot of mistakes that Sigmund has to patch up immediately. One, He is far too trusting, and almost spent their team's finances on a mystery orb, 50,000, which turned out to be an escape orb. Sigmund kicked the merchant to hell and back to get it at its proper cost, and then threw sand at CL until he asked him to please stop. That's too many small things.
How did he not know what escape orb is? It's like the most common kind of orb there is.
I think because he heard mystery orb and didn't even want to identify it because he wanted to buy the mystery orb.
Oh no.
He's the sort of person you kind of need to like put on a leash when you go to a tourist destination.
Following this, when it came to a rescue mission, if Sigmund didn't stop him immediately, he would absolutely punch the shit out of the client or the target of rescue. Only realizing afterwards, wait, this one's different.
Punch first, ask questions later. I see.
That would be fun if he wasn't so wildly irresponsible. I don't like that.
Punches are pretty strong too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I feel like he'd actually be capable of killing with his punches if he actually had the intent to do so.
I also feel like he just has one mode, one track mind.
Also, this is exactly why I put in that recommendation for civilian badges. Or anything of that nature, so that way people can still be correctly identified if, people happen to be paying attention. Even though
Following
he knows
this
he
on
can't,
a missing
he's still
person.
glowering at CL about it.
Following this, when they took on a missing persons case, CL ran ahead after being told, well, they were last seen kind of over there, goodbye! Whereas Sigmund just frowned powerfully and asked for more details, such as, so one more time, who were we looking for? He was easily goaded into contests and bets that were heavily rigged against him. He could not read the room for the life of him.
I kind of have this inkling of a feeling that if it wasn't because of Sigmund, that CL may have just been kicked out of the guild because of incompetence eventually. Because as hyper competent he is in fighting, he is definitely not so in everything else.
He also was very haphazard in inviting people to his team, including children that just so happened to be passing by and thought his badge was cool.
What the hell?
Sigmund had to veto immediately. No, you cannot bring a child to the dungeon, CL.
So, is it just me, or is Sigmund turning into CL's babysitter?
No, I don't think it's just you. I mean, I think what Elva said is correct. If the guild in this role is any decent, I think CL would have been kicked out for incompetence when it comes to any job that's not fighting related.
Oh, yeah.
Well, there was one thing that was noticeable, probably because it was in fast forward, is that Sigmund was becoming more physically imposing.
Is he still abrasing, or did he already turn into a little fox by now?
No, he's still a Braixen, but he does look less frail than he did beforehand. Probably because he wants to chase after CL. He's getting a lot more exercise.
The CL work program, chasing CL.
When you're on a team with
big
CL,
energetic dog.
when you're on a team with CL, you're forced to take points in vigor and body.
Yes.
This is correct.
Good cardio, though.
However, a new routine had started that seemed to be, a bit sudden, maybe? It seems that in the morning, CL would start, waking him up with a kiss that shocked Sigmund more than anything, no matter how many times it happened, and always led to him punching him as hard as he possibly could.
Okay, I was not expecting that one.
And this persisted for a while. But it did seem like Sigmund legitimately had an adrenaline surge, as if he'd just woken up someone stabbing him.
Did Sigmund did at any point Sigmund ask why?
Well, the first time CL did seem very confused, and that seems to be the wrong response to affection. To which CL countered, "What the fuck was that?"
You mean Sigmund counter?
Yes, sorry, Sigmund.
Yeah.
Sorry. It is a bit of a goofy scene. It's like, what the fuck was that? I kissed you? Why? Also, what? It's an affection thing. I'm being friendly. Don't. Ever. CL then opted to ignore this. He earned many punches in the following month. As he slowly became more openly and physically affectionate, to which Sigmund seemed to deny at every turn and purposefully tried to put distance between them, learning light screen and to make a wall between them.
Ah, there's light scream.
Light screen and reflect. Let's go.
Mentally making notes. Oh, so it could be used like that.
As if just wondering, as if deeply and powerfully suspicious of some ulterior motive having worked into him. Before considering that CL doesn't even have 2 brain cells to make such a nefarious plot. Unless this was a long con all along. Which he can't rule out with absolute certainty, though the chances are in the decimal places.
The chances of that are on equal grounds as Jar Jar Binks being a Sith Lord.
It took a very long time before Sigmund finally seemed to stop
Hammer time.
harming him in response to these displays of affection.
Oh.
Now, when
So
you say harming, does that mean that he just got thrown out of a window instead?
No, it's just that part of him figured that, oh, CL's just chasing my reaction. If I stop reacting, maybe he'll get bored of this.
But
Sigmund
CL,
made a second mistake that day.
CL is not a troll, though. He's doing this legitimately. He just did the worst thing that he could do.
Give tacit acceptance to CL.
Fool that he was. But how could he have known?
Oh, he actually did the worst thing that he could have done by stopping the rejection. Oh my! I wonder what is going. I wonder what is going through his mind.
Probably a bunch of white noise, followed by Sigmund friend.
However, CL does stop him for a moment at one point and asks, "So you're spit it out. You are staying, right?" Sigmund narrows his eyes, pondering what he's up to this time. What did you do? I didn't do anything today. Eyes narrow into suspicious slits. What are you going to do tomorrow? Well, since you asked, Hey, wait, no, that's a surprise! You bastard! You're planning that shit! You're planning. No, I wanted to ask you something else! Out with it, then. I wanted to know if you would, like to stay on my team? What? Hell do you mean? My team!
How long has it been since they started being on a team?
At this point, 9 months.
Okay. What? A weird question to just suddenly ask 9 months later? I mean, it's CL, but still.
Do you think CL forgot they were on a team, or did CL get an alternate definition of team that he came up with?
Either of those are distinct possibility, actually.
Sigmund frowns and then considers that it has been a long time since CL asked anyone new to be on their team that he had to then go and reject very firmly. Explain yourself. No one's been on a team with me for this long, so I was wondering if, you're gonna stay?
Oh. Oh, I see. He actually does have something on his mind.
Sigmund considers. He's not completely sure how to answer this question. And he also still doesn't. He's not much closer to understanding CL's powers, despite attempts. Well, I can't give you an answer. Why not? You're the single most frustrating and infuriating person I know. These are mean words! You're going to leave! I didn't say that. Then, despite everything, if and when you listen, or... Well, no, actually, you suck. You suck immensely. Suck in almost every facet that I can conceive of when you are powerful. And stupidly forward in many regards. You make no end of trouble for me, but I suppose at the end of the day, there is probably no one that needs me more than you. Let me just make that explicitly clear. I'll do just fine without you. You need me.
Huh. He tried to compliment him, gave up, and then went ahead to try and then went ahead to do so again. Impressive. Backhanded compliments.
CL doesn't seem to understand what he's going for, so he will then grab CL's whiskers and yank him downwards so that they're actually at eye level. Ask me with every bit of sincerity you can muster through that tiny pea brain of yours. Stay on your team. Right now. CL nods, looking uncertain, and then kneels down on the ground, places his face on the dirt, hands extended forward. Please stay on my team. Please, 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 please. Okay. You will? I didn't say get up. Ah! When I'm done, you can get up. Okay, CL, I will stay on your team, but understand that I am the leader. And that means that you listen to me. Got it? You can speak. There's dirt getting in my mouth. You get up.
Sigmin has evolved into Sigma. Good job.
You know,
However, despite this, his face is getting a little red.
you know, this is actually kind of adorable in a weird sense.
Eh.
Atrano stops the fast forwarding as he just seems also passively delighted that finally it looks like he has got a feeling. It took 9 months, but here we are.
Huh. So that's how these two became friends. In quotations, I suppose. Or that's how things began, at least.
Yeah, at least until Ciel does the same thing that he did at the beginning, forgets to tell Sigmund, gets lost. You know, Sigmund has to track him down.
Jeez. His even his feelings of abandonment can't trump his stupidity, unfortunately. Still, though,
Thankfully, Chomper's not like that. That feeling's way stronger than being stupidity. Wait, I made myself sad. Never mind.
Pat pats the chomper. Still, though. So, I guess I understand now how these two actually got together, because these two don't seem compatible at all, and they're not. Things just kind of This is a case of a puzzle piece that don't belong together actually fitting for some reason. They were just mashed together purposely.
Well, you're right in that they aren't really compatible behavior, well, in that sort of way, but in the way they act, they're pretty good together.
Yeah. If Saber can actually temper Ciel's moments, they actually do make a good team. Unfortunately, Ciel seems to be a bit of a wild card in that regard.
Yeah, kind of makes me think about some other people that kind of are different and don't really, mesh well together, but they're together. I wonder where he goes from here now.
Toronto is going to pause and say, like, "Oh my god, oops."
What?
Huh?
You remember that Sahara town?
Yes.
Yes.
There's a scene back in that room.
So
Sigmund never goes back there again.
Well, ostensibly it is a random town in a desert. So, makes sense.
So, yeah. It just...
I think it's, like, been there for a bit. I was just kind of getting watched. We're wrapped up watching this. I don't know, it's cute.
I don't disagree, but we should probably go check that out before it closes. We don't know if there's a time limit for these things.
Right, okay. As he will hurriedly take everyone back.
Yeah.
Before noticing that Artanis has a drink. Where'd you get that? Bar.
Ah, there's a bar? Did you see any place that sells food? Ah!
Yeah. Got this cool sand bread.
Sand bread?
Yeah. They bake bread using the sand.
Does it get in the bread?
No.
I have not heard of such a process before. That sounds interesting.
If they bake bread using the sand and the sand doesn't get in there, what purpose does the sand have?
Heat. And heat trapping, apparently.
Does sand have salt or something that gives it flavor? I didn't
No.
know sand.
The sand is the cooking method.
Oh.
So it's just an alternatively cooked bread, and that's it.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, like, slightly different ingredients, but, like, all effectively it's the same. But it is unique. Kind of flat. Well, like, wider, not instead of going tall.
I mean, I guess when everything around you is sad, you may as well do something with it.
The
You should-
smoked sand.
You should see how they do the coffee. But anyway.
Chomper's whining.
While we're
Arcane.
here, might as well check out which ones are here.
Ever seen Turkish coffee?
Turkish?
I think I've
What?
read something about it.
I'm assuming Enja's asking out of character.
Yes.
If out of character, then yes.
Yeah, I know
Okay.
what Turkish
I've
coffee
heard of
is.
I have
I've
not
heard of it,
seen
but I
it.
don't know what it is.
Yeah, me neither.
Not fully. I've heard about it. It's another filtering process, I believe. Right?
No, basically, they just have this pit of sand that they heat up, and the coffee is in these little itty bitty little mugs, little
Mhm.
beakers, and they put it
Yes.
into the sand. The coffee boils. They bring it over, pour it out, and then put it back in to repeat the process.
Yeah, that's the filtering, but that's how they do it. I didn't know about the whole jar thing specifically, though. Just know it's different.
Interesting.
Yeah. I have a picture of it up now, actually. Yeah, that's what I remember seeing about it. A lot of using that cup.
Vane is gonna look at what numbers are available on the tears.
Ah, yes, I should go and post those. Especially since this one looks a little different somehow. And Artanis and Atrono are regarding it very with some interest.
This looks weird. What's up with this?
Wow. Chomper's watching very intently. They're actually kind of. Are they able to see? Able to see like the cooks or like the people working on the drinks from where we're at?
On some stalls, yes.
Chomper's,
Well,
like,
before you go
watching
into the
that.
guild hall, if you're already in the room looking at the seam, then you're in a room.
Are we like in the room like where Ciel and Sigmund were having that discussion?
Yeah,
Makes sense.
Oh.
seems they've fixed the walls at this point.
From the deflecting fire. So, what are the numbers inside of this one?
He's writing them out right now.
Okay.
I'm interested to hear about which ones, how they're different.
Well, there's a border to this one. And the seam seems a bit more circular as it's outlined with blue.
Huh.
Well, this is new. The other tears didn't have these things.
Yeah, I'm holding on to it. Bell says as he pokes out of Toronto's hair. It seemed kind of like a pain to just like wait for them and then they might go away. So when I felt one, I just kind of like grabbed it a bit.
Oh, you're keeping it open.
Be a pain to lose it.
Well, thank you, Sir Demon.
You can just call me Belf. I really don't care.
Bane is gonna.
Wasn't 721 that we already saw before?
Was which one?
712. One that we have
No.
seen one.
Well, we've seen it pop up. We haven't gone into
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Pop up before.
Yes, it has.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, 712 is a repeat. It's been there for a while, actually.
Yeah. 712 1365
It's a low
258
priority one.
258 70877. What was that you failed last time on?
He pinged it.
Yeah, the first one was the "Don't Make Me Do This" kid. 712.
Are they all-
right?
Yeah.
And
Are all those others new?
No, the last
No.
one is thank me when I figure out a way to survive.
Yeah,
Ah,
which was
yeah.
also deemed to be sufficiently unsigmundy thing to say.
Hmm.
Squirrel is
Wait,
voting for the first or fourth.
We haven't checked what the other two say.
two new ones. Okay.
Yep, customary checks.
Jumper puts on his headphones and he goes for it.
Yeah, and Pyroclast is using Soul Sight on them. Much better than last time.
Yeah.
5.
I'm ready.
Yeah, better than
Oh
last
my.
time, but last time I was really tired.
Oh, that's
Is it-
too dense.
You seem to
Like,
have
what, a
regained.
7?
Got any soul there, Chumper? Got any soul there?
Yeah, that's 7.
I got a. That's just. Oh, I thought it was 6. It's 7.
It's 7.
Okay. I don't know. 7 seems pretty good to me.
You're right. Pyro, have you... well, you've probably seen these before. So, 712. You're getting inclinations of... Yes. Well, what does your soul sight see again? Like... emotion, or...
The state of someone's, like, soul, like
I just
life,
need to...
energy.
Intense typing.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that I'm giving you the right thing. The right information from you looking at this.
That's fair.
the thonkening ensues.
Well, in the time, I guess I'll go over to what Chomper gets. For the first and last one, you've already heard.
Yes.
For the middle two, they're a bit more interesting. Because all right, I'll just write it out.
Okay.
That would be easier for everyone.
Also, I won't have to like just RP what you're saying already. If it's words, if you can like tell me what tone it is or what how it sounds or something, that would help.
I think you got high enough for words.
Okay.
7 is a pretty good roll.
I'm getting the new ones, guys. Oh, there's lyrics. There's words. 1365 says, "Don't copy this style. Your center of balance is different."
So forget about it.
I'm getting that as the chorus, and 25877. That one's saying, "Oh, it's this is different." It says, "Damn. Well, I've got half an hour to pack. Am I taking anyone with me?" Sounds like he's like leaving on 25877 or something. And on 1365 he's training maybe? I'm not sure.
He's probably training somebody with a different with a different body type than that was trying to copy somebody else. Actually, much like you. Actually, probably something like you and Squirrel.
Huh. Jumper looks over at Squirrel.
You think he was training someone like me?
Well, could be any. I'm just saying. That it sounds like there was two people, and one of them was trying to copy the other, but the other had a different body type than the first, and thus whatever training the other was doing wasn't appropriate for them. It could be somebody like you, though, I suppose. That's
All right. Yep. Pyro, circling back to you. From the first one, you're getting a bit of desperation? Question mark? Very much someone's at the end of their rope here. The second one, calm, if slight amounts of frustration. The third one, passive surprise and resignation. And the last one, focus and a lot of frustration. Now, in in the chat, I did put up the little voting thing, so you can all pick which one you would like to see.
I'm honestly curious about the second one.
It seems like the first one is someone who's basically about to be done with the situation. Second seems like
Oh, good. Sorry.
they're in a neutral state, but something's bothering them. Third, surprise and just accepting the situation. And the fourth, basically focusing and a lot of stress about something.
I'm also curious about the last one because that's the highest number we've seen.
We have a bit of a It seems we have a bit of a tie between 2 and 4.
I don't know if everyone has voted yet. Has everyone voted yet?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
Jumper voted for 2.
Yeah. Rob has also not voted yet. Rob is the mute.
I kind of think
I see.
that
We're in a three-way tie.
Rob has
unless people
now
who
it's a
haven't
three-way.
voted yet go and pick one.
All right,
One of my
Given,
polls.
you have the opportunity to do something really funny right now.
Probably either this one or this one.
Okay.
4 it is then.
4 it is by the skin of its teeth, with one more vote than the other 3. Gimund had the opportunity to do something really funny by explicitly and only voting 1.
I mean, he did also.
Yeah, I couldn't resist. I had to do it for a bit.
All right, number 4 it is. 70.
Number 4 it is. As they reach out and touch upon it.
Yeah. To be fair, if I made Elba, Lap, and Bex vote, we would probably get a 4-way tie. But I'm abstaining from that. I don't want to do that silly.
Fair enough. As they see Sigmund at a desk poring over journals, hundreds of them, all with the same handwriting. You've not seen it often, but you can tell that this is his handwriting. His fur seems a bit messy, and he doesn't seem to have been sleeping much. There are several empty coffee pots beside him, and Cat is there with a fresh cup for him. It floats over to It floats free from the tray it is on to Sigmund's hand as he takes a sip, writing on a piece of paper and looking frustrated. Cat speaks. Thank you, but it's okay, Cat says with a smile. Thank me when I figure out a way to survive, Sigmund growled, not even pausing to glare at him. I think you know that it's not possible, Cat says, his smile a little sad. Yes, it is. I just haven't found it yet, Sigmund grumbles. We have to go back, all of us, Cat says, this time a little more sternly. He never realized it, but he can't be whole when he's missing pieces. It's what's best for him. There is a way, Sigmund says, finally pausing for a moment. There's some way to do this. He's squeezing the pencil very tightly. You're alive. You're all alive. You're all just like him, no less. Like them. So no more of this self-sacrificing bullshit. Just give me some more time. Sigmund uses a move to repair the pencil and gets back to writing something. Those journals are from other yous that thought the same, Cat said. They didn't succeed. Yeah, they're saving me some time. I'm not out of options, Sigmund retorted. Why don't you want to survive? Cat tilts his head slightly and asks, why don't you? You know people will be sad if you go. Kalte's got other people. No one's gonna miss a bitter old fox. But if you think I'm just gonna roll over and just let any pissant kill me before I'm finished, guess again. Not before you get your revenge, right? That's at the top of the list, certainly. Sigmund mused and seems to get some idea now that he was thinking of his revenge again. I could try ripping out their souls, whittling and refining fragments into identical pieces. That shouldn't be theoretically impossible. We'll have to do a bit of testing to try and minimize the rejection rate. His writing seems to have picked up speed again as he then pauses to discard the paper to get an empty journal. But this means I can't completely obliterate them. Vexing. How did their souls look again? As he asks as he tosses away the journal that he was reading beforehand and looks through a few others. I know one of these has the breakdown of the composition, and another one has all the pieces I'll need. I'll make this work. Just in case. As he writes down on the front of the cover 70877 before getting back to hurriedly writing inside, notes myself never hurt. And the scene ends.
Wade is just blinking and crossing his arms. How aware is Sigmund of all the time and shenanigans that are going on?
Likely completely. I need to get those books.
How did he got his hands on those books? Is what I'm wondering the most.
Tree is his staffs.
Oh right, that thing.
I'm going to be asking for those right away when we're back.
Chomper kind of holds on the tree a little bit closer on the mention of tree and everything, but also is just kind of looking on at everything and just looks like he's deep in thought.
If nothing else, he is very determined.
So have you just been providing him with have you just been providing him with alternative with journals of his alternate selves when it comes to his plans to destroy the gods? Because that is what it seems like he was researching.
No, actually,
No.
those journals cover so many topics. Only a fraction of them are for destroying gods of revenge or things like that.
Ah, so it's just overall journals of his lives.
Well, it is what he deemed important at the time.
I
Then
see.
we found a problem with Culty.
Oh,
And then it sort of became an overwhelming focus to focus on.
okay. What is this probably called? If you can explain it.
What?
You want me to try from what I saw there and what I'm guessing?
Oh, yes, please. Maybe I'll remember more.
What it sounds like from what he was saying is that Culty can't be whole so long as he has his copies running around non-integrated with him. But this will kill the copies, so Sigmund was trying to find a way to transplant part of a god's soul into the copies so that way they could continue existing.
Oh. Oh, that madman. So that's how his substitutes are alive. He's literally splitting himself apart every time he makes a new one.
Which is why I want those books.
Yeah, I think that was it. Yes. Poor Culty, he didn't even know.
You did. Oh. Whatever, I'll just deal with it when I get the journals.
He doesn't know that he's splitting his souls every time he makes a new substitute. How many does he have?
A lot.
Well, no one can help you like yourself.
Wade is just putting his thick fingers on his forehead. Oh dear lord.
So what you're saying is he's fragmented.
Correct. He doesn't even know. It was just like a little piece here and there, and then more pieces made bigger holes, and then he... Well...
You know, this may actually explain his memory issues other than Noah just being part of him. He's literally fragmented. He's been apart.
One thing that Noah did ask Culty that he wasn't able to answer was Noah asked Culty where the shadows went, and he had no idea. Now, it might not be related to this, but, well, it also seems possible, so another thing to look into.
Yeah. The more I learn about Cult, the more concern I have for him.
And unfortunately, now I'm curious what his soul looks like if I were to use my soul side on him.
Do not even attempt it. You may just see something really horrible. Fragmented souls are not a pretty sight.
Also,
We have
Digi.
fan art.
Ooh.
Oh.
Also, Digi, important question.
Proceed.
So considering that Belf was holding them open, are they still open?
You are correct. The seam is still there.
I guessed correctly. Let's go.
Ooh.
Oh.
Yo. That's interesting fan art. Yo. Oh, they did the chat legion thing. Oh, there they go.
I have
no.
spoke awfulness into existence.
no.
Let's go.
Check your notes. What are you calling this chat? That sounds fun. Only if it's fun. That's what those.
You know, that's pretty close to how I was imagining Noah Shadows of it, actually.
I mean,
Wow.
considering the fact that he's made up of hell and quite a lot of, say, murderers and evil people and the like, their souls were supposed to end up in hell? Not the
Yeah.
best idea to ask chat.
Well done.
This chat sounds fun.
That is
That-
really cool, though.
Yeah, it
That's-
is.
Looks like it was done on a notebook. Oh, cool.
Thank you again, Ido.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Ido.
good job, Ido.
Vane pointing out that the seams are still there is just gonna go. Let's just go down the list.
This is not a problem for you, is it, Belf?
Not especially.
Okay, fair enough.
Just think about it, and no one asked. However,
Chomper's gonna ask something real quick. Tree, do you remember any of this? You weren't like there or anything, were you?
well, here's the thing. It's not easy because, looking through this is kind of like looking through a haze. There's so many, like, I am fragmented a little too, and I have to, like, be out before I can, like, be me again.
Oh. Okay. Let me know if you need to take a break or anything, okay, Tree?
I'm nothing hurt. It's just, like, confusing. Like, I'm, like I just woke up and what was the saying? How did it go?
What saying are you going for?
Drowsy?
Maybe that's the one. Like morning head fog, kind of.
Morning haze?
Maybe.
Okay. I'll keep an eye on you and just let me know if anything feels off. Thank you.
Okay.
Hey, Belf, can you continue doing this for future tears?
Yeah. However, one of the numbers has been replaced now that it's been used.
Oh.
Oh.
Can we just keep doing this until the thing runs out of numbers to show us?
I don't know. Maybe. Also, you had a book, don't you? That's coming your way.
That was number 6. I just also wasn't sure if it would count, considering there's
Yeah.
an emotion to the fact that it's all being held open.
Oh yeah, the book. By yeah, I guess maybe it needs to be closed for the wish entity to count it. I don't know how it's keeping count,
Oh,
but I mean,
maybe it'll count once it's closed. Yeah.
yeah, but
So, like,
we
take
can
a look at all you want, I guess.
yeah, I'm down for looking at it some more. If you guys want.
I am all for seeing anything and everything to do with these alternate timelines.
Honestly, I'm also pretty curious. Not gonna lie. As long as we don't see anything gruesome, I am down for taking a look.
One, you know what? This will have at least some amount of progression to it. So let's always choose the lowest number. We're not
Well, for
we're not going to be guaranteed to get the lowest number every time, but we should try and see it in some semblance of order.
Yeah, that makes sense actually. So we should go 712 now.
well, first, hey Chomper, you wanna scan the new number?
Well, we're going to see all of them. I mean, I guess you could practice if you want, but we're going to go into all of them.
Sure. When Chomper puts on their headphones.
I mean, it is better that way, just in case I may have to ask Lab to take Vex away for some of them.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was going with on that.
Chomper's a bit kind of hazy a little bit. They seem to be kind of thinking, well, all this time stuff and whatnot is definitely going.
Comfort has got a 2.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, Chomper is just out of it for now. Maybe he's been using it. Maybe he's been using his ability for a bit too much.
It's possible.
Going back to back is kind of hard a little bit right now. There's a lot of emotions with these songs, and I'm starting to get worried about Tree and Sigmund, and I don't really understand all the, multiple Sigmund stuff. So sorry.
Well, despite this, you are getting, well, it's whatever is from that new number, it sounds hella intimidating, actually.
I'm not getting any lyrics, but shit, this sounds really hard. Like, it's something I wouldn't give it to a lot of people to listen to. It's like, can a song sound like fierce or scary?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, this is like some thrash stuff. Very aggressive.
Okay, that's definitely marked to mark for you know. And what does Pyroclast see?
Oh, Pyroclast is looking in there, but he's seeing something else because he sees himself. He's in there.
Pyroclast?
I see myself in that new one.
Huh?
I think he's saying that he's seeing a version of himself, like how we saw a version of me earlier.
Oh. Intriguing. Is there any... Do you see anything specific about yourself in that one?
Does he see anything specifically?
Well, kind of hard because it seems like there's a lot of people in that one, but he is one of them, and so is Edge.
Dang it. There's a lot of people.
A big
But-
crowd.
There is also Sigmund, and Sigmund is a mixture of emotions, but one of them in particular is indignant rage.
Sigmund's also there, and apparently he's angry about something.
Well, that doesn't really. I mean, Sigmund is usually is angry about a lot of stuff. Is it any particular kind of anger? Is it like actual fury?
Rage?
Okay, that is different. Okay,
Okay, so I'm just assuming that that's going to be one that you're not taking Vex into.
exactly.
All right, so lowest numbers up.
Yeah, I'm down. Come on. 712.
Alrighty.
Finally.
We finally go into 712.
What awaits us?
Well, what looks to be the ruins of a forest post fire, and seemingly like everything was bulldozed to the ground as Sigmund is facing off against something huge. It is standing on on 8 legs. It may be 20 feet tall. It is entirely black with white eyes, and it is bearing down on him. Its form shuddering, as if only semi-physical. And it might be crying? However, it raises a hand and swipes forward. This Sigmund leaping backwards. It's just like, God damn it, kid, don't make me do this. Just calm down. I can't. You have to kill me. Everyone says so. I can't control myself anymore. As the voice is deeper, but it is immediately recognizable. Noah has lost all of his shit.
Noah.
No,
Oh, this is probably what Cultine meant when there was a time where it had to be put down.
I don't
Oh.
want to see this.
Pyroclast is helping Elva cover Vex's eyes at this one.
Of course he is.
I thought Vex didn't come in at all.
Oh no, he wasn't going into the 87041 one. We're in
Yeah.
712. Or 8904, sorry.
No, it's fine. Sigmund takes out a knife, but it's a knife that you've seen before, and is just gritting his teeth. Kid, come on, give me a chance here. Before Noah insists, no, kill me. You have to do this now. Before
see this.
Sigmund, building power in it, gets an idea and holds it to his own neck. This seems to startle him, and as he cries, "No, you can't do that." Noah, calm down. I they've told you or how they convinced you, but just give me more time. You know I hate them. You know I hate everyone that says it. There's other ways, kid. Trust me, I'm smart. I know there's a way. Noah is pausing and wavering. But everyone says it. Everyone's stupid. You know that I'm not stupid, right? Yeah? Good. Then I'm saying that they're a liar. Are they? Is everyone lying? Is everyone wrong? Yes. You know that I think everyone's an idiot, right? I say it pretty regularly, as a matter of fact. You do. You always angry at people. Right. Now, saying they're wrong isn't anything new, but listen to me this time. Give me time. I just need a bit more time. Just ignore them. Hang on for a little while. I can do something about this. Really? Can you? Lying is a waste of effort, kid. Though a lot of people seem to think otherwise. As slowly it starts to shrink, and Sigmund sits down as, well, it's still a black and white Eevee, and it seems a bit unstable, but it runs forward and just leaps onto him. Sigmund falls backwards the rest of the way as Noah is weeping into his chest. They like, kid, I know you're a little unstable, but could you cry on the other side? Those ribs are broken. Noah is not moving, or maybe he just doesn't hear him, and Sigmund just stares into the sky, beaten and broken, with a child crying into my wounds. The hell? Whatever, I guess. And the scene ends.
Chomper is breathing heavily. He's been through so much. Noah's just about to give up. Thought he was really gonna have to. He was going to. Chomper is obviously like he wanted to tune out like at the beginning of that, but he was forcing himself to watch. His headphones is in his hands, shaking.
What in the world?
Maybe that wasn't the one where he had to actually get killed and ruined an entire continent.
I hope we don't have to see that.
Elbas is looking a bit weird as even though his face is regular, he actually has tears streaming down his face.
That seems really uncomfortable, but also like confused. Like, wait, isn't he Batman?
No, Bex. I don't think he might be quite the grump, but I don't think he's a Batman. Honestly, though, hey, Bex, let's go to another room. In fact, let's go eat at the guild hall for a while. I think I need some breathing. So,
Okay.
yeah, please come with me.
Sure.
And Elba is just going to leave.
Chomper begins to get up and stops himself. No, you gotta watch all this.
No, just like you can have a break. You know, I'm not going anywhere.
They might go away if we don't keep watching these.
I'm holding it.
Sure.
Yeah. Take your time or whatever. That's literally what I'm about.
Actually, I'm trying to question. Does the Wish entity know if this is like the final tear? Is this gonna be the final thing if it closes?
No.
Okay, then. No as in it doesn't know, or no as in it won't be the last one?
This won't be the last one, but I don't know what it'll do if we're out of numbers.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, wait, no, hold on. Can it? Oh, it'll just make new ones. This was just a randomly picked set. Okay.
We could literally be here forever just watching this, considering how many there are. I think we should take a break at some point.
Well,
Yeah.
we can't be here forever watching them because I only have so much medicine.
Sadly.
What gets us out of here is if I learn more about Sigmund, right?
I mean, you have been learning quite a lot for the last couple of hours, haven't you?
Yeah, look, I'm fine. We can keep watching these. This is how we get out faster.
I mean, if you are actually up for it, I am up for watching a couple of more, but do not push your health to the point that you're going to break down, Chomper, because I can see that you're getting tired.
Chomper shakes his head. That one just hit a little harder. That's all. Come on, let's finish this up.
Okay, then did another number replace 712?
Curiously, that one is not going. That one is not going to be refilled, as Bell said. Like, whoop, I got spotted. Looks like it does not appreciate me doing that, but it can't stop me either.
Ah,
It'll
so
just don't restock.
Okay, so it's not going to refresh. So these three are the last one we can see here. Fair enough.
Well, less point in doing the whole bottom-up thing, but might as well continue with it.
Yeah. So 1365 now.
1365.
All right, this one is somewhere else. It's somewhere very recognizable. This is Lulite.
Oh.
And it's Sigmund and Kaza training somewhere else.
All right, Vane is interested.
Okay, this is interesting.
Sigmund has used Minimize, so he's about Kaza's size now. And he's getting Kaza to show him what he does before just correcting him and saying, like, alright, kid, I see you've kind of adopted your father's fighting style. Now, let me tell you right now, that is wrong. Everything about this is wrong. Because of that. And he's going to point at Kaza's tail. Your center of balance is different than his, so don't copy his style. You're gonna need something a bit more natural. Something more like this. as he's going to get Kaza to hold still, and then alter his posture a bit more, with his knees a bit more bent. A different stance, not to mention your feet are different too, as is your weight distribution. So something more like this is more suitable to you. Alright, following that, as Sigmund takes a similar stance, and then throws a punch like this, except for you, it should be more like this if you're actually doing it, as he will then do something a bit more awkward for his posture, but kind of leading Kaza through it, like this. Try this. Might not be very noticeable, but you'll be able to exert a bit more force with less recoil. Kaza tries and seems a bit more confused, as this is kind of going against how he's been practicing for a while now. Try this a few more times until you stop flinching. I mean, I kind of feel something. Kind of weird, though. Yeah. You were just making it work, though. This is working for you.
Ah.
You can probably see the difference already. Kind of?
He's actually giving him some pretty good advice.
Vane looks like he's trying to memorize this.
Alright, follow
Squirrel's
this.
practicing it.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
Yeah.
Now you can lead into it. Now you can lead into a kick. I notice you use Iron Tail a lot. That one's a bit self-taught, isn't it? Seeing as how your father, well, his doesn't really count now, does it?
Wait, what doesn't count from Ciel?
Iron Tail.
Right.
Fair.
Iron Tail from a mean show actually
You're a
sounds
bit
pretty
clumsy
funny.
with that. Like, supremely so. There are ways to work around that, though. It'll be better if you lead into it with a bit of a wind up. That, and try and know the distance that you can actually cover with that tail. Your tail's pretty long, actually, but you bend it. Might be better if you didn't do that quite so much. You can get more reach like that. As Sigmund just proceeds to go around, effectively tutoring Kaza a bit more before the scene ends. And basically it basically amounts to your training is shit. Here's how you should be doing it.
Yeah, Vane was doing his absolute best to memorize that.
Chomper's eyes doing that wiggle thing where like somebody's hyper fixating on something for a moment, and as it cuts off, you just hear an audible "ah."
This may be able to translate to squirrel too, actually, as he's actually got a pretty hefty tail himself.
Great, brain rot on hefty tail. Thanks a lot, Digi.
Well, like I said, Squirrel was practicing along with them. Studying it and going through the motions himself.
I kind of imagine that you were like besides Casa while Sigma was explaining it, and since this is just a recording, they weren't like responding to you.
They were not. But
Chomper...
this does feel more correct than just trying to throw a punch. You might have to ask Sigmund to show you some when you get back.
Chomper notices Squirrel either getting done with their like mirroring or still doing it, and big red on blue, blushy blush, but also like excitement wags. Huh.
That Sigma fellow that learned some martial arts in this timeline. I'm not sure if ours does.
Squirrely is going through the motions a few times after the scene ends just to make sure he's got it down.
Huh. So your tail can actually act as a counterbalance that keeps you from falling over if you kick this high.
Nice.
I wonder if and Chomper falls to the ground trying to do a kick with his stubby legs. No.
Unfortunately,
I think I'm kicking.
you are not so dexterous.
Remember what I said about different body types, Chomper?
Meh. Nod slowly. I have to try something else.
All right, well,
Looks
let's
like
go
Squirrel's
see what
getting it.
alternate Pyro was up to.
Oh boy.
And
Chomper, ready those headphones.
And how alternate Edge was betraying us. Maybe we'll
Let's
learn
see.
more stuff that he thought we didn't need to know.
Oof.
Edge just keeps doing this. He can't keep getting away with this.
I mean, Pyro's there too. You can't just keep blaming Edge. You can't.
Is Edge gonna be a Lost in Chaos as Magna? I hope not.
We don't know. Now, why would I ever do that?
Okay. Wade is gonna boop the number. 8904.
All right. Now, I'm going to post a theme in Lost in Chaos. For those of you who know, you know.
Oh boy!
But this is what is immediately blaring in Chomper's headphones.
Oh no!
Oh. Hang on, I've got a gambling advert.
Oh no!
I don't know it.
Ah,
I
well,
don't know it, but it sounds good.
it is a boss track from a game.
Well, of course it's a boss track. It can't sound like this and not be a boss track.
Okay, have any of you ever heard of Small Saga? The thing where it's like the mouse. Like,
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's from
I have.
that.
Wait, is this God at the end?
Don't
This is
spoil
not
it
the
now, although it is
final
RPG, so technically you always
This
play
is-
God at the end of RPGs.
This is not actually the final boss.
Oh,
Aaron.
interesting.
I'm playing it on stream. Whatever. If it's from a game, I'm probably
It's
not
from a
gonna get.
game.
Yeah.
By the way, one fun fact that I happen to know, because like I was looking into this a while ago, because I like looking into OST stuff. Manus Domini roughly translates to Hand of God.
Or Hands of the Master. Which
Yeah.
is same thing, basically.
Glad to know you see me as God there, Rex.
Alright, don't get your head too big now.
However, it is in a place that only Vane has seen before. This is Sigmund's basement.
Alright, Vane is just going to go, why are we in Sigmund's basement?
The room is very large, and the spiraling architecture seems to be forcefully lit up. These stone corridors.
Vane is gonna look to where the bomb normally is.
Oh, it's right there, and a shield has been put in front of it.
Vane is gonna go, Okay, so the bomb's here too.
Sigmund is standing in front of it as people run into the room. It is a team that you are unfamiliar with, as it is a Manetric, a Spinda, a Rhyhorn, an Emolga, a Corpfish, and then Pyro and Edge. Edge is already drawn, as it seems that they've had to fight their way to reach this chamber, and Sigmund is incensed.
Oh,
You foolish little zealots. I think you'd make me hasten this. Fine. In fact, I'll let you know how long you have. 5 minutes. 5 minutes before this thing fires off and detonates. I don't believe I need to remind you what it does. Do I? Sigmund asks, glowering at the party before it turns into a twisted smirk. Your masters are already pissing themselves just because it exists. So, do your best. Let's see if you've got what it takes.
When he said 5 minutes, I couldn't help but think of freaking Frieza from Dragon Ball.
No. Before Edge speaks up and says, look, I don't care about that. I don't care about you. But there is one thing I do care about. And once we're done with this, whatever this bullshit is down here, we're going to get Alex, and we're going to go home and leave this miserable planet! As the scene does not end just yet, as Sigmund takes the first move by equipping a 7-piece accessory set, and something occurs as you see the vitality leave him as he uses 2 different moves to debuff himself significantly, but form a barrier around himself. I would like a whatever check you believe is correct to try and understand someone else's move.
Can Vane use appraisal, and would he have any bonuses from studying energy a lot?
Oh,
Yes.
I'm doing.
Take a -1 difficulty for that one, Vane.
Cool.
I am definitely using Battle Beat.
Oh yeah. No, you're getting this blasting in your ear as Sigmund is going to kill everyone in this room if they don't kill him first.
Can I use either lore or academics with Wade?
Yes, you may.
Either of them?
Yes, either are
Okay.
applicable. Any role is applicable, really.
Can I use a soul sight on it?
Yes,
Got
you
it.
may.
I'm going to do lore then.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
For references, would this be like so empathetic, or would it be perception or appraisal?
Appraisal may be a bit more apt, but you could probably see plenty at the same time.
You know, I guess I'll have Squirrel use as Aura Sense.
Go for it.
Everybody's charging up like Super Saiyans with their senses.
Well, this is Sigmund. This is Sigmund going for it. If you were ever going to learn about his power, now is
That's what I want.
Nice.
1, 2, 3.
Oh boy.
That's
Okay.
what I want.
5. Oh, that's
11, baby. This music's
that's a-
getting me pumped. I'm gonna have to play Small Saga ASAP. I actually started it, just never finished it.
That's supposed to be Wade, by the way.
Sigmund's stats right now are all -6, except for crit chance, which is -3. A pretty weird opener, actually. But he does have a barrier around him now that is practically glowing when you try to look at it. It is a radiant thing that is sitting at about 210 HP.
It's over 200 HP! What 200 HP?
That is actually a ridiculous amount of health.
Noted.
That barrier is so thick.
That's a strong barrier right there, my guy. And that is all temporary HP.
Did you just gain 210 preventative temporary HP in a single turn?
So much
However, his
durability.
current HP is sitting at 1.
Oh, Lamau. Like that matters for Sigmund. This is Sigmund.
This is fair, because he's not done yet, as he is getting a second turn immediately. And slams his staff upon the ground as light shines down and darkness overtakes the floor, as he has just used 2 field moves immediately. A dark type and a fairy type field. And he is trading away in this field the health of the shield for additional quick actions.
It's a lot
Before-
of actions.
Before, with one hand, raising and spreading his conditions to every opponent. Before, with a follow-up quick action, taking a martial arts stance and inverting his condition. Everyone is as debuffed as they could be, and he is now significantly empowered.
I have a question, Digi. With
Go ahead.
the heart sense check, do I know if he's stronger than he was when he fought Vayne on the other one? The other timeline?
He is not.
Okay.
However, curiously, he does seem very adept at being outnumbered.
That madman actually knows how to use topsy-turvy.
Yeah.
Sigmund is no longer playing around.
Feels like he's maximizing everything. The tune of this, the tempo, the bass. He's actually just going all out right now. He's not as strong as when he fought Vayne in that timeline, but he is going all out.
Wait, he's not as strong?
No, but he's going at capacity right now and beyond.
I mean, to be fair, this seems to be something that he does against groups. This is a very nasty combo. Although
Because-
it will be equally effective against a single individual.
Because there is more. Using each of these field moves, his type itself has changed, as he is now a dark and fairy type, and gaining benefits from both fields.
Oh.
Because it seems that the fairy field will give benefits to everyone who is a fairy type, as it has now given him 3 stacks of protected. And the dark, well, you've already seen what it does, amongst other things. But the scene is now ending, as things are not looking good for those guys.
Vade is just going to look over at Pyro and Edge and go, I don't think you guys won that.
What I'm more
glad it cut
curious
off.
about is what did he mean by masters?
Well, when he says something that derogatory, normally he's referring to the gods.
He's probably just about to fulfill his plans, and he just thought that whoever came to him to try and stop him is somebody related to the gods. But you guys just didn't seem like it was the case in that regard. You just want to get out of here.
Chomper shakes his head. I used fire and fairy and dark. I didn't know you could even combine those. But why was he fighting Pyro?
Well-
that thing right there was a bomb. Inside that shield. He said it himself. It was about to blow up.
Yeah, there's not really much point in hiding it. That's what me and Sigmund were working on.
The bomb was
The thing there, yes.
pointing at the direction of the bomb.
Well, the scene is over, so it's not there
The scene
anymore.
ended.
Okay.
But Vade is just gonna go, yeah, that was it.
So that is the thing that he's intended to use to destroy heaven.
Yep. We're pretty sure it'll destroy it.
If his words are to be believed, apparently the gods are very afraid of that thing.
Probably
So-
because it's likely to destroy heaven.
Yes, that's what I was saying. But we don't exactly want to do that now, do we?
No. Although, I am considering the possibility of somehow shaping the explosion now, so that way it only destroys a little bit without destroying the whole thing, and it can be repaired. That should theoretically be possible.
Perhaps.
Yeah, I can sort of see now why I would be trying to stop him from doing it the way he was doing it.
I mean, Sigmund just seen quite the range in that scene. I suppose it's because he finally reached the point where he was about to fulfill his revenge.
I'm also surprised they managed to get Edge into a breaking point.
Well, this
Edge
world is
is
actively
kind of
awful.
looking away a little bit as if he's thinking about some things, but like also like, what
Mm,
in the goddamn?
no, there's something that the alternate Edge said that it's making me take a second take, because it just said this godforsaken planet or something of the sort. He was pretty much talking like the world outside was awful, and sadly we weren't able to take a look at that.
Well, I mean, the world is probably just awful.
He's been through a lot.
Well, maybe to my
Not so-
standards.
It really is just a snippet of a zine, but I have more questions that I wish I could see more.
Well, we can certainly see more of a different thing. 25877.
Yeah.
Pyro, I want you to make an insight check on Edge with reduced difficulty.
Oh, Edge. Mind, cunning, insight. 6, 7, 8. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, Edge is hiding something again. As he might have thought about something and is not volunteering it.
Before we move into the next scene, Edge,
Yes.
do you want me to make you do another group presentation?
Now, my dearest friend, whatever could you be implying?
Is he
My
hiding
most
something again?
erstwhile
I know.
companion.
It's too bad that Elba is not in the scene because he be absolutely crossed.
Are you hiding something again already?
Again?
I just had one thought, and there's no proof.
Spell it out then.
You shouldn't hide things from your friends.
Ugh. Okay. Do you think the gods have Alex?
Oh boy.
I mean,
That could-
it's certainly possible.
That could probably mobilize me against pretty much anyone.
Oh. So you're saying that on that timeline and probably here, Alex is in heaven?
Or in their custody, kind of. Kind
Well.
of sounds like I was on a contract with him as their reward, maybe.
Ah, yes. That is a distinct possibility. Actually. In that case, yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
I mean, we'll probably end up having to end up fighting their cults anyway, so we could always check there too.
It's too bad we couldn't get any more information than that because there would be a lot of gods to check. Although I suppose we could start with the water types.
Yeah, and once we're out of this, maybe once we're out of this, then I can finally get a chance to look through the library log I got from Bian to see if we can find some leads from that.
Okay, so on to the last one.
Yeah, let's go.
25877.
Alright, the last one. It seems to be Sigmund in his office. An office in the guild hall. Just looking over some medical records. Before he seems to perk up and frown. Damn. Well, I've got half an hour to pack. Am I taking anyone with me? He seems to consider for a moment. I'll take the kid. He doesn't deserve this. As he starts picking up his wonder bag and putting some journals inside it, Kaza shows up, looking a bit confused. You said we need to go somewhere, but just us? Kaza asks. Yeah, shouldn't be too long, Sigmund says. I've decided to take a vacation. A vacation? And you want me to come? Kaza asked, but seemed flattered. Yeah, I can talk to you, Sigmund said flatly. Let's get your things before I change my mind. Kaza nodded tentatively and teleports to his room where he starts packing, with Sigmund helping to expedite things. Of note, he is taking his sewing supplies, a silver flute, clothes, and a few toys, and a few books that he seems to take particular note to check their bookmarks. And then they leave. And the scene lingers for a while longer before something happens, as if a dark blanket just fell over everything and it is all black. Before a number appears, 25877 changes to 25878.
Oh, ominous.
Sigmund can tell when a timeline's about to end.
The scene ends.
Sigmund can tell when a timeline's about to end.
Yeah, it sounds like he knew. Huh.
So that means that we can just get him to warn us instead of sitting here wondering when ours is gonna happen?
I mean,
Potentially, yes. I'm going to need to talk to him.
potentially, yes. Well, doesn't really mean that our Sigma will know, but it is a likely possibility.
It's a possibility, but it also... Well, he seems aware of the situation, was able to tell at least one time, which
And
means
he
he could probably... Well, not probably. He can absolutely learn to do it. Which is, if he's aware of the timeline situation, why wouldn't he?
Indeed.
I mean, what if our Sigmund's one of these Sigmunds?
Do you think it's just being a different, the same segment, just hopping to the timers alongside with Caldy?
No, it's not. Remember the high one, 7877? It specifically mentioned that it was from other versions of him. It's not the same one. But if it's not the same one, then where are all of these segments if they are able to tell going?
Yeah.
Well, perhaps they can't exactly hop to the next island, but perhaps they just went somewhere else. After all, Sigmund is capable of leaving the world by himself. And he just did what he knew that the timeline was about to end, taking Casa with him. Because we don't really see like him going to the next iteration. It just the next iteration started.
Okay, so that means Sigmund, Kaza, Kalti, and even you, Vane, can all be in different places that we know about so far, right?
At least one version of me. I don't really seem like the type that would just leave and abandon the world, though. If I'm... Just logically, if I'm a chosen, I'm supposed to help save the world from something, at least on the front of it. I know we're technically supposed to cause problems and be villains, but I don't particularly care because they didn't feel like informing us of that or anything. So, as far as I'm concerned, part of my job, part of my responsibility, is stopping a trial and saving the world. So,
Well, we know that we know that the world and the gods aren't exactly alive when it comes to this. So we may as well listen to the world instead of the gods in that regard.
yeah. But, Tree, do you
Yes.
remember things better if they happen outside of the world?
Yes.
Where are these Sigmunds going?
Just away.
Just
They leave and never come back.
they just
Eh.
leave.
Do they not take you with? Do they not take their branch of you with them?
I mean, I'm everywhere, but there is one of me in every plane, but planes are really big. So they just find one where there is not already one of them, and then they find somewhere, and then they drop Kaza off, and then they go. I mean, they're a bit particular where they leave him.
Chomper goes cross-eyed for just a few moments and then uncross-eyed. So there's more than one of you. There's multiple branches, and they leave Kaza somewhere.
And then he just kind of goes. He doesn't take me very often. Probably because I don't know. Maybe he just decides to be alone?
It just occurs to me that there has to be some cosmic force being very angry with this particular world, considering there's so many versions of a particular video just leaving and going some other places.
Vada's just gonna look over to Atrano and Artanis.
Yeah.
You mentioned at one point vaguely about being a part of a different academy. And it seems like you have at least some amount of, information about things like this, so is that the case?
Not this time. Wait, hold on. As you look over to Artanis, do you know? Oh yeah, we've tried to get that old fox over in the academy. He it's a bit of a hard introvert though. Doesn't like being around people, so he gives us a hard no every time.
Okay, I have to ask, what exactly is this academy that you guys are harping about? Because it's definitely not the academy of this world.
They have already admitted that, yes.
Yes.
So
what exactly is it?
We're kind of like a multi-dimensional college, I guess.
Excuse me?
Why are you trying to get Sigmund to sign up for college?
Well, like, we'd like him to be a professor there. We'd like him as staff, not a student.
I suppose that makes sense, but okay.
I mean, there's more to it than that, but at the baseline, it is an educational center.
Well, I guess
and a peacekeeping organization.
I guess with the name of the academy, that would make sense. But in that case, what exactly if you guys are also a peacekeeper organization, what exactly are you guys doing here? Did you came here with a mission in mind?
Yeah, try and figure out what the hell is happening. Kind of hard to ignore, really, from the outside. Especially considering all the kidnapping it's doing. we decided that we better investigate this before it starts grabbing more people.
Ah. No, that does make sense. Eh, I suppose you guys have just been learning so much stuff about it now, haven't you?
Yeah,
Things are really messed up.
yeah,
Considering
especially...
with the state of this time stream and all.
Yeah.
Hey, Tree, was it?
Yep. It is me.
You said, Sigmund has been to other universes.
Correct.
Has he been to ours?
Maybe?
I mean, you probably will have to give her a bit more information than that. I don't think she knows at the top of her she doesn't have a head, but she doesn't know what your universe is.
There are hundreds
But-
of millions of reality. You have to give me something to work with.
Alright, the name of the world I come from is we called it Tektara.
Hector.
You know, that is actually a very good question, Eisen. I'm also considering that, but things are already complicated enough as it is.
Yeah, I thought about that, and then also figured, well, that's not exactly important right now.
My head hurts.
I mean, I just kind of figure that once the timeline resets, the different choices just get sent back to their worlds, whichever they were.
Oh my god, we've got more fan art.
Oh boy.
Yep.
My god.
Ooh. Oh my god.
Some team building.
Let's see L1's keys. Let's see L1's.
Not.
How dare you even insinuate that you want to bestow affection upon me?
Sheesh.
Sigmund's greatest secret.
It only took 9 months of CL being very insistent.
I mean, CL is nothing if not insistent, that's for sure. We have already established that he just runs on determination.
Yep. But with the seam empty, Belful let it close. With very many questions answered and more raised.
Ah, that was a lot of information.
Yeah.
Ah, there is one thing that all of these things I've been watching has made me clear though. If it wasn't already clear enough, there's something very wrong with this world, and somebody needs to fix it.
That's part of the intent, yes.
Yes, but I am determined to be one of those creatures.
Same.
Sigmund's gone through a lot. I really don't want anybody else to go through all that.
Well, I mean, if we don't fix the timeline thing, then, you know, there's going to be another, and then probably more.
Yeah, and who knows what could result from that.
Well,
you know,
at the very least, we're past the 70,000s in numbers of timelines.
yeah. I mean, considering how much we're learning right now, I'd like to think that maybe we're getting a little bit closer than all the other iterations of maybe finding some sort of solution.
Also,
Who
a
knows?
thought just. Oh, go finish your thought.
No, that was it. Go ahead.
Oh, I just had a thought. You
What is-
remember when we talked about, or that one about, the fragmented souls
Yes.
Yes.
faulty? Do you think that has something to do with, the amount of parallel timelines active at once?
Well, that seems more like it's likely due to degradation, not due to a split soul. Because if it was due to a split soul, wouldn't Culty also be starting with only a fragment of a soul if a new one's happening because of a fragment shooting off?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, with how many iterations there be so far? If that was the case, there wouldn't be there wouldn't be any culty left.
No, I think he's talking because it did get mentioned at one point that there's also parallel running timelines.
Ah, yes.
These are iterations of the timeline, but apparently there's also parallel running ones.
Oh,
But I don't think that it's due to Culty splitting off his soul, because if it was, that Culty would only be starting with part of a soul and would also be unrecoverable, so why would... And then at what point, why would the copies having parts of the soul matter?
yeah. I mean, there's more than one substitute out there that will make a lot of concurrently running timelines if that was the case.
Especially because it seems... It, in all likelihood, he has not only made these in this timeline. And considering that, if those copies are what's causing parallel timelines, every single timeline would make effectively exponentially more timelines that are now parallel, which would then make exponentially more timelines that are parallel.
I think things will have collapsed long before that was the case.
Yeah.
Like again, I am not privy to Lord Dialga's powers, but that just sounds like too much.
At the very least, it seems like the timeline would have degraded far more already.
Indeed. Whew.
So I guess that's all of the rifts here, so I guess the next thing is just whatever happens next with Sigmund. The only thing I can really think...
Actually, Kalti's coming over with a book.
Oh, so it did count now.
Yeah, now that it's closed.
Elba's probably gonna be the first one to greet Kalti if he's coming to the front door.
Kalti sails in through the window, clutching the book, and gets us by. I got it!
Alti.
Yes.
Why the window?
I'd have to go through the whole building otherwise.
Through the whole what?
He said he'd have to go through the whole building otherwise.
Oh.
Yeah, makes sense to me.
I know this is ultimately a delusion, but you just made a bit of an inconvenience to your own employees by breaking that window.
I'll pay for it.
Veda's going to look up. Does this have, like, basically every other room has flying type access?
Yes.
Vane is just going to, with one wing, point to the ceiling to the flying type entrance.
I'd have to open that.
You had to, quote unquote, open the window.
I'm in a hurry. I got your book.
Why are you in a hurry? Exactly.
Cause I don't remember.
Wait, is that is the book something that you weren't able to procure with your authority as the guildmaster?
It. Now I don't understand why, but I could not pick it up.
You could not pick it up until now.
So
you mean?
heavy. Yes.
Okay, that means that this we just us meeting the condition will allow you to get it now.
This was number 6 out of 6 for the tears that we found.
Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and tell Elba that it's safe to come in. After all, the book was his request. No, yeah. Wade is gonna go ahead and do that and bring Elba back.
Vade is just gonna go, Culty, can you please just use actual entrances in the future?
Yes. Next time, I don't spend the better part of a year trying to pick up one book.
Did you try asking someone else if they were able to pick it up?
Yes.
Were
It
they
also
able to?
didn't work very well.
Okay, so it wasn't you that wasn't allowed to pick up the book. It was just that no one was allowed to.
Yes.
Then why are you taking it personally?
Book challenged me. I'm supposed to be powerful.
Culty,
Yes.
did you do any kind of looking into how to survive past this, or were you preoccupied with the book not being pick upable?
The latter.
Culty.
I'll get to it.
You did say that you would at least try.
Okay, and at that point, Elba would come in. What's going on, guys? Oh,
Culty has the book.
Oh, thank you thank you so much, Guildmaster.
Okay, you're welcome. Bye.
Culty, why are you running?
I'm probably super behind on paperwork.
Wait, what?
Vade's eye twitches slightly.
Wait, what? What happened?
Oh, Zero's gonna kill me.
Have you been having Zero do all of your paperwork for the past year because of the book?
Elba just blinks.
Maybe.
Okay. Do you have a way of contacting Zero?
He pulls out a special variant of the badge. Yes.
Go ahead and call him.
Right now?
Just call him.
Oh. He'll pull down on both wings and bring it to his ear. Hey.
Vane is just gonna motion for it to be handed over.
He is going to hand it over.
Alright, Vane is just going to go, hello, this is Edge, this is Vane. There's been a bit of a timeline shenanigan going on with things. He got preoccupied for the past year trying to help us because we asked him for help.
So he was acting in at least one person's interests.
An entire group of people's interest, yes.
Timeline shenanigans.
Timeline shenanigans.
Okay. Then tell him for me. I will not reprimand him for this. But I have asked him several times, tell people what is going on. If he wants to tell few people, tell me what's going on.
I'll relay it.
Good. As the line will close.
Alright, Vane will hand it back and go, he's not going to reprimand you, he just wants you to be reminded that if there is something related to time going on, even if you don't want to tell people, tell him.
Yeah.
On the plus side, I just got you out of a reprimand.
Oh, thank God.
Should I be apologizing for making you do this for me for 1 year?
It's fine.
Vane is going to make sure that Culty actually takes back the thing.
Elba just looks confused at the entire situation.
Enja?
Pardon?
Oh. Well, I was making sure, well, Vane was making sure that Culty actually took back the item. And then,
Yes.
Elba had a question.
Yeah, Elba is just confused at the situation, and he doesn't know whether to feel sorry or just weirded out by what he just witnessed. But he's going to take the book.
That's fair.
Yeah. Okay, we can finally see what's inside what's inside this. Elba is opening the book slowly. And he begins to read.
Now, this book seems ancient. Properly ancient.
Elba is making sure that his hands are dry before he begins handling it.
It is also written in a language that you haven't seen in a really long time.
Oh. This is not common. This is an ancient language.
It is written entirely in symbols.
Sorry, what were you saying, What were you saying there, Ben?
Oh, Vane just said, considering the way that it looks, that checks out.
Yeah. Okay, I might not be able to just straight up read this, but perhaps I could translate this given enough time. What kind of check do I have to do for Elba to begin doing that?
Probably a lore check, but it's a high DC.
Fair enough.
Vane is just going to look over at Kalti and go, Kalti, do you happen to remember how to read this?
That? Let me check.
Can I use the reroll that we got earlier?
Yes.
So I was gonna say, I'm gonna give you +1 from teamwork.
Oh, thank you. If anybody else wants to give me some lore, I'd appreciate that too.
Yeah, just give me a second because I'm. Vane was seeing something.
Yeah, fair.
Is Kalti actually able to read it?
He's staring at it really intently, but there is some recognition in his eyes. Okay, I can read this.
All right. Are you able to impart that knowledge and ability onto others with your psychic abilities at all?
Yeah?
That sounded very questioning.
I've not tried imparting that specific knowledge.
I am sorry, but I will have to refuse.
Oh?
I will not allow that.
Won't allow what?
Being imparted knowledge by psychic energy.
It would just be how to read the book.
Ah, you meant that. Fair enough.
Yes, I meant knowledge of the language, like how to read the book.
Hmm.
You know what? I've seen you do a thing. Are you able to do that thing you do where you make something right on its own, and can you just make a translated copy? Elva can piece through the thing on its own, but on his own. I could help him with that a bit, maybe, but...
Sure, I can do that. Yeah, who's got a journal?
Wait, I'll take out, like, just one of his journals.
Okay.
He has, like, multiple of the things, so I mean...
I don't actually have that in my actual character sheet, but Ella probably has a few in his backpack as well.
Okay. He is going to start writing and writing and writing and writing. Flipping through page after page in the ancient tome. I'm gonna need another one.
I was actually looking forward to try and translate this myself, but I suppose this is more efficient.
If you want to translate it yourself, then just don't read the translated copy yet.
Elba nuts.
So
This is more just so that way we can actually read it.
No, it's understandable. Don't worry.
I got a little hyperfixated on things, but we have fan art.
Oh.
Sorry for delaying it so long, Ido.
Oh, is it
Here
the
we
one where it's...
go.
Yeah, yeah, there you go.
Delightful. Utterly delightful.
Utterly.
Do not.
That is great.
How dare you affection in my general direction? Do not, the Sigmund.
Do not.
Okay, well, Kalti is like just writing down his own translation of the book. Elba is actually gonna try and do that himself, even if it's high DC.
Yep. Also, take 3 from Vane for lore.
Okay, good. So that's
Vane has learned a lot of things from Sigmund.
fair.
Then,
So that, and you got 1 teamwork, right, Pyroclast?
yeah.
Okay, so that's 4+. That's nice. Damn it, all those ones. That could have been a better roll. I think I'm gonna willpower that.
Fair.
Yeah.
Consider that is like a garbage roll.
Yeah. I can willpower this 2 times. Let's see. Oh my god, that's even worse.
Well, rolled at 10.
Oof.
It was almost another 10.
Yeah, it was. Okay, no, I am willpowering this again. I don't care if Elba gets exhausted.
You can only willpower once
Ah,
per roll.
damn.
So we
That
do have the
said,
card, though.
Vane helping you, well, yeah, there's the card. Oh,
Yeah.
was there a
Okay.
There, we do have 1.
card? Okay, but
Okay.
yeah, you can, there's a card, but as far as mechanics go, Vane could let you use one of his willpower,
And same with Pyro.
and same with
okay.
Pyro, but you yourself cannot.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you for that. Okay, then I'll use the reroll card then, since the
Alright.
the first reversal what was without the help anyways.
I think you're slightly cursed with the 1s, but at least now there was 2 10s.
Yeah.
Although that might not be a bad roll to Vigor and use Soul
Well,
on.
The thing is though that already it's like a 2 right now.
Yeah.
It is a 2 success roll.
Ooh.
Alright, that's a lot better.
Okay. So that changed 2 of those ones. Unfortunately, I only have
2 to a 4, 5, 6. Now it's a 7. You'll get 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 if you want to use Vigor to make those boxes count.
Yeah, I'll use Vigor to make it count. That works.
Alright, that's a total of 12 then.
All right, perfect. Damn, Peter was not cooperating today, but we managed to make something. Also, good night, Era.
I know.
Night, sir.
Night, night.
Thanks for the help, guys. Did you there?
Yep.
Yeah, Elba got a Lord 12 to try and translate the book with Bane and Pyroclast's help a little.
Well, it's not the easiest thing in the world, but you can start to do it. There are enough repeating ones that seem to carry a meaning, if not an alphabet.
Yeah, Elba is slowly piecing things together as he peruses the book while Colty is just writing a translation.
If nothing else, part of the reason that Vane is interested in this is that we're going to have a ready-made, like, effectively Rosetta Stone right there to see if we're correct or not.
Mm-hmm.
And this means that if Vane ever comes across something like this again, he'd at least know what to do.
Indeed.
It's just like, also, if Colty remembers it, why not have him write a translated copy so that way everyone can just read it?
Fair. Good night, Idol.
Like, no offense, but Vane is not about to sit through people trying to teach, like, everyone in this group how to read this book.
No, that's fair enough. Elba's just doing it for the academic challenge.
Yeah. Elba being sad that it's being translated, Vane just be like, don't read the translation then. What's... It's like, to him, that it's like the same complaint as like getting like a word scramble and getting mad that there's like answers on the back. It's just like, don't flip it over then.
Yeah, fair enough. He just felt a little less useful if it's being translated like that, but he realizes that it is more convenient if Cody can just do it like that. He can still try to challenge himself though, so that's what he's doing. At least he could probably compare if he just like translates a few pages of his own and then just looks over at Cody's translation.
Yep.
Yeah, that's probably what Elba is gonna do. He's gonna like try and as he's piecing these together, he's gonna try and write the first few pages of the book. Translation of the first few pages of the book, so to compare once Cult is done.
Fair enough.
Yeah, this is kind of secondary though. What does the translation actually end up mentioning? Like culties. I'm very curious because this is the titular.
All right. Elva's translation is pretty good, though, if admittedly much slower than Kalti's. But this book, from what Elva is gathering, is a recounting of the day when the gods turned their back on hell.
Oh.
Oh boy.
This is. Yeah, I kind of keep writing this. Always trying to redouble his efforts. So are you going to be narrating something, DG?
I was just wondering, how much more time do we have? When did we start officially?
We probably have like 20 minutes or something.
Yeah.
Okay, we have
about 15 minutes. Yeah, we can go a
we
little bit over if needed.
Yeah, we did start out a little bit late, so yeah.
Yeah.
So, I'll basically give you the TLDR.
It's a good idea.
The gods in heaven had gotten, well, complacent isn't the right word, but they were basically being celebrated for nothing. And this was this caused no shortage of envy for those in hell who were deigned the bearers and causes of misfortune. After all, if they're in hell, then obviously it's because they belong down there. While factually incorrect, there wasn't a lot they could do to say to defend themselves or their honor. Until the gods made a very daring proposal, a bargain. They would share in the splendor of heaven with their lesser brethren, if in exchange they would willingly step up to end the cycle that demands they sacrifice themselves pointlessly. By doing so, they would disrupt the natural order. It took them no small amount of time to consider, as initially they denied it outright. But those above could see those below had strong desires, and wouldn't put it out of their minds entirely. All they had to do was keep pressing. And press they did, again and again and again. Until finally, some agreed. But it wouldn't make a difference if some agreed. So they changed the condition. All or none of them. Of course, this led to no small amount of hostility, as to change the rules so brazenly, to which they countered, all of them need to come to properly break things. And reluctantly, those who had agreed got to convincing the ones who had held out. They weren't made of stone, though some were decidedly more responsible than their brethren, and so they struck them down. And their reincarnations, fresh as they were much more pliable, as they were quite young. Until, finally, there was a mass exodus, as every god went towards heaven, and thus began the grand ascendance, when every god took their mantle as god, so that they would receive due respect and worship.
Are you done with the TLDR there? And yeah,
Yep,
GG.
that's the TLDR.
Oh my. Oh my.
Vane is going to be looking at that, and he's just going to go, okay, so I get it. They all just need to die again to be reincarnated. This isn't... It just needs to happen.
That just... This actually makes me think on a bit of something. I mean, I did told you about the time we ended up meeting Cernias, and he was apparently against the whole hell being destroyed thing. We weren't able to, or rather, we didn't get any more information than that out of him. But if what this book is always saying is correct, then is that Cernius the one that the original one from all that time back? I wonder. And considering all this, I get the feeling I know why his sanctuary was the way that it was. And what and well, part of the reason why he wanted hell to be restored. I mean, he is the god of life after all, and according to him, part of that domain is also reincarnation. With hell gone, he's part of his job is just he's not able to do it.
I think the main reason he wanted to restore hell, though, is because to secure his own power.
Oh, I'm aware of that, Squirrel. He was a haughty jerk, but at the same time, I do understand why he would have wanted to do it. Still, though, hell being restored is something that needs to happen, even if he didn't have the best of intentions.
Well, that's part of the reason why we're half convincing Belf to do it, or at least look into it.
The way that they just struck down their brothers because they were not cooperating, though. How that is such a selfish and just awful thing to do.
And what part of that is out of character for them?
It is not, but just you know I know you're not it might be a bit difficult to understand, but as a denizen of this world, this just comes as a bit too much of a shock for me, especially myself when I'm a scholar. I've read I've read so much of this stuff, of the gods, of their benevolence, of how it is they that make the world a good place to live. Depending on which god you talk to, some of them are less benevolent than others, but they were all still spoken positively, except for Lord Giratina. So finding out that all of that was a lie, I'm just I'm having a bit of a hard time processing all this.
Well, if nothing else, apparently they're good at propaganda, so.
Wade is just breathing heavily at the moment, and he's just shaking his head. That is just disgraceful behavior, but at this point I am not surprised. Still, though, I guess these world's gods do work a little bit different than on mine, even if they are the same beings.
Definitely seems like it.
Yeah, in my world there is no reincarnation really. Still though that doesn't really matter. What matters is what's happening here. And I guess they just decided to stop the way that the way that the world naturally works, because to remain alive for as long as they could. Just to keep their titles and stuff. That is, I really abhor this attitude. Still though, I do have a question though. Who wrote this? Is there any author here called the?
He pages through before going to the back, or going to the inside of the back cover.
Anything?
Giratina.
There isn't a name, but there is a designation.
Designation. Well, what does it say?
Angel of Palkia.
Oh, Palkia. The Laura Space. I suppose just some angel, some angel from Lord Parker decided to make a recollection of the happenings of that time.
Well, considering an entire plane of existence went out, which
Yeah,
probably is under some amount of domain of Palkia, considering space.
definitely. I mean, he probably isn't suffering as much as Lord Dialga is, but he must. Hell just being gone must be a blow to him.
Well, then I guess it's a good thing that we're going to fix that and then put him out of his misery on it.
Yes. I do wonder. I do wonder if there would be any point of trying to snap them out of this delusion that they have been going for whom knows how long. but that just sounds like a pipe dream. Believe me, if this could be done peacefully, I would absolutely go for that option. But with the way that we have learned about these gods, and Wade is actually saying that word with a bill of violating his tongue, it doesn't seem like that would be possible at all, unfortunately.
Tragedies.
They don't sound anything like gods. They definitely have everything that mortals have: greed and fear and everything. They just seem like they got powerful. They can't all think like that, though, right?
Well, the book clearly said that there were some others that didn't agree with this whole plan. So at some point there was, but considering how the world is at the moment, I imagine that either most of them are in the same way regarding this, or whichever's are not really speaking against it because, well, they would probably be targeted if that was the case.
After all, it would only take killing them once and jump-starting their reincarnation cycle to just, you know, tell the next one how things are, quote, supposed to be.
That is disgusting.
It is only now, after Nim has left, that people are coming around to his way of refusing to call them gods.
Yeah, funnily enough, Vade, it was just about to go, and regardless of any misgivings, they are still gods. They have... There is a specific typing for gods. They have this typing. You cannot find them worthy of worship. This does not change what they are.
I am sadly fully aware of that. I will still keep referring to them as such, but I have no respect for them. Still, though, if there are any that are not really along with all this stuff, I'd actually be up for finding them. But that kind of direction does put in some risks.
Oh, I'm just going to be doing a clean sweep of it. Like, except for Giratina. Giratina is explicitly exempt from this.
See, you're okay with hurting innocent people that want this to stop?
I'm going to be making it stop.
Wade shakes his head.
I don't think that's okay.
Listen, Bane, I understand your misgivings with these things. I am very angry at them myself. But if there is any of them that would actually be up for actually making the world better, I would actually rather find them than just killing them without asking any question.
We can do it secretly, right? There's like a code or something. We don't just... don't just blow them up.
From what I saw, it was all or none. In the book, all or none. Which meant, since it happened, it was all.
Just because it happened back then, it doesn't mean that at some point any of them wouldn't have gotten wiser to and privy to the fact that the world is messed up, but are just not speaking against it because they will just be hidden and replaced.
And
Then it just sounds like they're not doing their job and letting it continue.
People
Basically,
can
like-
change, and this book is... Even this book could be wrong about things. Just because this book says it doesn't mean it's true, just like I'm not going to believe in everything that they say up there until I see it from people.
That's
from all of
true,
them.
but this is the second corroborating source for them supposed to be reincarnating, which they are obviously not doing.
I still want to hope there's good ones there. Still there.
This is how things are supposed to be in this world, and is not how it is. It is not how it is at the moment. If there was any way to show that to some of them, perhaps we could change things without just making a clean a clean sweep. But well, the gods aren't exactly approachable beings. But
Remember why we're here in the first place. We're here because the gods are making trials for the world to try and cause chaos and destruction and ruin things. They are explicitly attempting to create what amounts to an apocalypse to pull people over. Then, they pulled us over because they thought we were going to be problems. And not only did they think we were going to be problems, they were going to edit our memories to make sure we were. And the only thing saving us is the fact that we got infested with parasites. Even if there are one or two against this, obviously they have no say or no pull or aren't willing to take a stand on it. Because if we just let this go, they're going to keep doing the same thing.
And they don't deserve to die. Even if there's one or two, I'm hoping there's more. They don't deserve to die.
you know,
They don't deserve to die? They don't deserve to die. Well, even if they don't deserve to die, it's a part of their responsibility, a part of the very nature of this world that they reincarnate. So even if they don't deserve to, they have to.
I suppose it is a long time coming, but it doesn't mean that the current one's lives need to end automatically. At least not. At the very least, if there is anyone that has any amount of being against this whole thing, I would be up for giving them a chance of actually doing their job correctly.
At this point, I don't even care about them doing their job correctly. They are supposed to reincarnate. They have to reincarnate. If they are not doing so, it doesn't matter if they're nice or not. Are we supposed to be arbiters of letting people, letting gods exist and continue to do this sort of stuff because we think they're nice? Sure, they might be nice right now, but what about in 100 years, where they continue to not refresh, to reincarnate like they're supposed to? At what point do we accept that they are supposed to be doing this? It is a part of the natural order of this world, and they are not doing it.
Actually,
this is all hard to understand. These gods, and we don't consider God as angels. They seem like mortals.
Actually, you're actually right in that regard, Bane. It isn't really up to us. It's just been something that they've been avoiding for far too long. You might be right that it might just be what it's required, even if we don't particularly like it.
Like I said, it just has to happen. Even if we think they're nice and we don't kill them, the moment we get this cycle started again, which we're going to do, they're going to die anyway. Since Giratina is not a part of this cycle, is explicitly excluded from this cycle, I'm not even going to try and kill him at all, whatsoever. Even though before, he would have been on the list of ones that I was going to try and kill. He is excluded from this cycle. So I don't even care about him anymore. He can do whatever it is that he's supposed to be doing, and he can do it in peace. The rest of them, they all have to reincarnate.
You know, I kind of wish I have had all this knowledge before I went to meet with Cernius. Maybe things could have gone different. Maybe things could have gone different then. But still. No. Yes.
Yes?
There, we have already established, there is something wrong. There is something wrong with this role, and well, while me and my team aren't really chosen Pokemon, we do want to do whatever it is that we can to help. While it may not be up to us to completely change things, although I will do my very best to support you guys. And even if it's not up to me in the end, well, us denizens of this world have to do something to change things. I do kind of wish that this is knowledge that I could give to others. But if I do, I probably be targeted.
Then get strong enough that it doesn't matter if they target you.
That is perhaps, yes. Perhaps that is actually what I need. Once we're out of this illusion, there is something that I'm going to do. Might not. Perhaps I won't be able to travel around with you guys anymore, but I think that it is something that I should do. Still, well, now that we have all this, what do we do now? Well, we're still stuck in here. What do we do next?
We haven't finished with the whole Sigmund thing.
Yeah.
So,
How much more is there?
Well, at least from what I know, there's still at least probably him meeting Tree. Probably Tree getting destroyed at the very least.
Oh.
The rest of it is a bit I don't know if it'll happen on this world or not, so I'm not too sure. Toronto,
Yeah.
what notable events do we have left?
Let's see. There. Oh my. We can skip that one.
What?
Hmm.
You know, if you actually wanted us to wanted us to just skip something, you probably shouldn't have mentioned it in the first place. What the hell are you talking about?
Well, it does seem that eventually they get pretty close.
Oh, you mean you mean Sigmund and CL?
Yeah. That one's a bit private.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, then skip it.
So,
Fair enough. Have a nice day.
ahem. Let's see. Oh! And then CL introduces them to Tree. Let's see. They go on adventures, come back. CL gets lost. Oh, and Sigmund becomes a saint. In a rather brazen method.
Yeah.
Wait, can we actually witness that?
Yeah, well, you can at least or see him going into the church. You don't get to see what happens in heaven, but he comes back as a saint.
We should actually. I think we definitely should check that out.
Let's see. Fast forward. He finds CL eventually, brings him back, dissolves the team.
Pretty much on the spot, yep.
Yeah, that one's one. And the destruction of Tree happens on the mortal plane, so we get to see that.
Which also means we get to see Arceus get stabbed in the throat.
Yep.
I both do and don't want to see that. I'm kind of conflicted.
Tree, would you like to stay here while we look at that?
After that, he's pretty low key, except for not too long afterwards, Kalti helps put him back together and gives him some ideas about working for the guild.
Wait, he wasn't already working for the guild, or did that or did that stop after becoming
As a doctor full time, instead of exploring himself.
Ah. Okay, then I suppose that would just cut up to what to present time eventually.
Yeah.
So the major events left are him becoming a saint, him finding CL again, and disbanding the team. Tree getting blown up, and then Culty basically hiring him.
Yeah. CL took it hard, though. Like, really hard.
I can imagine. I mean, unfortunately, I can't sadly be sad with him when he was the one that got lost. He's an adult. He shouldn't. This is not something that should happen. But unfortunately, it's CL.
That's a shame. But that is the consequences of your actions for you.
All right, well, I guess we'll see you again at least one more time, Culty.
I guess so. And now I believe we can wrap things up for the day, as I believe we've gone overtime.
We kind of have.
Yeah.
A bit.
All right. Well, thank you everybody for joining us today for Lost in Chaos Scar. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Mastodon, Blue Sky, Patreon, and more. They are on the website as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, tippers, and subscribers. It is your support that keeps this channel alive and going. I cannot do this without your guys' help and your support, so thank you. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It's one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by sharing the stream around, as well as coming by, hanging out, picking up packs of cards or stream loots, using our Humble Bundle partner link, or subscribing to us on YouTube. But for now, thank you all so much for joining, and I bid you the most fondest adieu.
Bye-bye. Keep it
Have a
red.
good night.
Hello, everyone.
Hash browns.
Oh,
Bye.